Good evening, guys. Happy fucking Wednesdays. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're gonna be doing some more Overwatch 2. Hope you're having a good evening, though. Good. You know the usual bit here, guys. Drinking my coffee, getting ready to play some Gamaz here. Yes. Yes, sir. Good. We had some pretty good games yesterday in Overwatch 2. Not a lot of cheating, but there is a decent number. It was ramped down from Monday. Monday was really bad. Mm-hmm. We're gonna take a look at what's going on here tonight, guys. Hmm. Hmm. Take a look at the Reddits, the tubes. Oh, we had some engagement on my post yesterday on. Oh, we got to look at the patch notes too. Developer update. Apparently, there's a patch out today. There's all sorts of shit going on. Yeah. It actually started trending, guys. What is it down to today? It's up to 1,400. And the funny thing is, I made a second post here, guys, and it got immediately downvoted. Immediately downvoted by the people reading it. We literally, Polar Trapper, I agree. I felt bad one match. We literally get out 3 generators complete by the time the Trapper put out his one desired trap and came for us. Yes. Yep. Once again, this is kind of like the thing is if you actually make a post and it starts trending, like replying on it just hurts it. It's kind of weird. Up to 1,400. That's hilarious. Is it on the front page still? Usually drops off after a day, but we had to hit it. Well, the iron is hot, guys. Oh, we're on the first page. Oh my god, guys, we're right here. We're on front page. Oh, the hate couldn't downvote it. What is my ratio? What is my ratio here? 80% upvote. Good. I expected this to be closer to 60. Pretty good. That's still pretty interesting. Can you see other people's posts or only your own? Can see 97%. So that means we have a 20% downvote ratio on 1,400 upvotes. That means we had like 1,800 upvotes and we got pushed down by 20% ish. Just pure hate because I'm suggesting something that is against the survivor agenda. What is this at? Let's take a peek here. 99% upvote. I really wish there was an add-on that would tell you the upvote downvote percent because you can see it on the posts themselves, like right here in the corner. Reddit downvote first. Subpage. There's no way to just see the amount of downvotes or upvotes. I'm looking for the percent. Why isn't it here? Oh, there it is, 94%. This is actually pretty high. Like the amount of downvotes is still pretty high. It's not like what I expected, but that's still pretty good, all things considered. Is there any that are around my percentage? 94. Let's look at the opening post. Cover that in a second here. 96%. So a significant amount of downvotes compared to normal posts. Let's see. Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse. Let's take a... is there a different one here that's over 1,000 too? 1,000's a pretty good ratio. Let's take a look at this. $96. I have 80% downvote. And no one else, 79. No one else, none of the other posts have close to it. Oh. That's good. But you can basically figure out the downvote to upvote ratio simply by it's equation, right? And 79% means this is a product of 100%. So I don't think 1.21 is the way that you'd figure that out, but maybe. Like if we figure this out, 92 times 1.2 times this by 0.79. There's actually an equation you can use. I'm doing this wrong. But we could just trial and error it too instead of using the equation. It was like 1,770, so there's like 300 people downvoting ish. No one close to the amount of downvotes here. No one close. Hey, let's go to page 2. Let's go to page 2. We need a bigger sample size here. Nope. 98%. Gonna tweet here, guys, about our success, the victory. Anti-survivor agenda. Being a mastermind, guys. Mm-hmm. Self-conscious? One second, guys. What's my comment that got downvoted at? They love dogpiling. Let's take a peek here. Let's see. Proves how worthless MMR is. There's people making all sorts. Oh, holy shit. Negative 20 points. So it's down so far that literally no one can vote for it. Yeah. So once you get down like below 0, even 1, when you get down below 1, no one ever sees your post and they're dead basically. They're buried. As a bury brigade with dig goes, it's the same thing. So if people have an agenda and they get enough people to downvote you, your posts just disappear. As they will when you say something controversial. Theirs is just too strong for certain perks. It's the only reason they're because survivors can't handle getting downed or popping DS only to get downed within 50 seconds afterwards because teleport getting smacked because survivors are too predictable. A lot of them are. And once again, so these stats, there's all sorts of fucking knee-jerk and coping mechanics in here, guys, where they're trying to make up bullshit for why this is happening, including, oh, Wesker just came out, therefore no one knows it. It's top 5%. Top 5% generally knows how to play the game. Wesker just came out, people don't know how to play against him, even though this is a little bit after Wesker came out. Yeah, even play fucking Penis Face is up here. Penis Face is not a good killer at high MMR. Obviously, this relates a lot to I wasn't in the top 5%. I was in the top 1 or even 0.5% when I played the game. Because there are people that just don't know how to play the game, and these killers are not viable against people that know what they're doing. These killers right here are not viable against people that know what they're doing. Wesker, we never played him. That's basically right about when I stopped playing Dead by Daylight and started playing Overwatch instead. Sorry, guys. People are trying to keep my attention right now. As is the case whenever I start streaming, guys, nothing will be happening. I start streaming and everyone wants to talk to me. It makes no fucking sense. It's like they know that I'm streaming and I'm preoccupied, therefore I can't carry on a conversation. And then they try harder to have a conversation with me because they know I can't have a conversation with them. Pretty crazy shit. For real, it's pretty much as expected. I legit just play music and don't give a fuck about what's happening while collecting, preparing traps. I mean, that's dedication to playing a shit killer. Yeah, it's like someone playing Sadako and thinking they're good. Although Sadako's up here too, isn't she? Yeah, she's at 61% as well. Bull talking about being Weskers just after release. Stats prove how worthless MMR is? Not really. The statistic alone doesn't mean shit without context. The only context we get in this case is top 5% MMR, but considering we don't know what anyone's MMR number actually is, we have no context for that. That's not what context means. This is wrong. MMR number would not be context. You know the top percentage. It doesn't matter what the number is, 1 million or 5,000. It does not fucking matter what the actual MMR is. What, you want to look for each individual data set number? What I think this guy was looking for was a better distribution, so you'd be able to look at, like, let's say the top 0.1%, then top 1%, and top 5%. This guy just made shit up out of his ass, and he doesn't even know what he's talking about, but actually got upvoted for it. It's like blind leading the blind shit. This is absolutely incorrect. Not that something couldn't have context, but The context that he was talking about is not context. This does not matter. Knowing the exact number would not provide context in any way, shape, or form. Think of the last useless solo queue that you had who DC'd 30 seconds of the match that got pulled out of a locker. That guy could be top 5% for all we know. Well, he's still maintaining top 5% while disconnecting from matches, so that means he's probably even better than the one match he DC'd from, because that's an instant loss rather than one that he actually tried and failed at. So his actual skill is probably even better than that, unless he's getting carried by friends. Yeah, so this guy has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't understand numbers, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he has 215 upvotes. That guy could be top 5% for all you know. I mean, if he's in the game, he is top 5%. Yeah, assuming you're getting matched around people of your skill level, he's going to be top 5%. And if he just instant DCs from matches just for shits and giggles, that definitely means that he's even higher rated than that, because he's actually pushing his average lower by DCing and giving himself losses. Actually, I take that back. If he DCs, he doesn't even get a loss for it. It doesn't count, right? You DC from a match, it doesn't count towards your MMR. So he's still top 5%. Person might not be top 5% MMR because they tank MMR score every time they attempt to get footage for a dumb buckle up video or some shit. Well, they'd be higher then. If they were tanking, they would be higher. But when you DC, it doesn't count towards MMR. So yeah, no, this is just wrong. Like, dude, there's so much fucking hearsay in the community. I was like listening to Scott Junn the other day because I was kind of bored. I was listening to Scott Junn the other day, and he was just making up all sorts of shit that the developers were apparently thinking and doing. He just knew. And obviously, I didn't say that, I wasn't being confrontational in chat, because that's just going to get you banned immediately, regardless of the fact that they're a fucking moron. It's just going to get you immediately banned. It's not just him. There's a bunch of people. It's mainly prevalent in the Dead by Daylight community. I was watching Siegel make up all sorts of bullshit too in his channel when he was playing Overwatch. I guess maybe I missed a dev blog somewhere or something. But he was making up like he knew exactly how the MMR system works no matter what, and all different, and prior in Overwatch 1 and then in Overwatch 2, and then he's making up weird assumptions based on this, his apparent knowledge of everything innate in the game itself. And he was making up all sorts of stacking assumptions. You know, with science, where you build science on top of each other, he's building science on top of assumptions. And it's like one of those things. It's just fucking crazy. But yeah, Scott Junn does this shit too, and it's all over the, like, hearsay. This is where hearsay comes from, because someone perpetuates an assumption as fact, and then it becomes hearsay because people will believe the fact that they just peddled, which is an assumption. It's not fact at all. Yeah. And then when they're even wrong in their logical assumption, they're wrong. That makes it even worse, because then you can't even build anything off of it. Like, you can't even build like a logical assumption off it. It doesn't even work. Like we're seeing here with this post that has 215 upvotes. If we didn't know MMR numbers, we know matchmaking by design gives lopsided matches sometimes to speed up queues. Yes, but there's large numbers. There's a large number of matches that go through the system, so even if it speeds up matches on occasion, it doesn't do that all the time, assuming you have a fleshed out distribution, which would be like NA. So, yeah, and this isn't from a particular region, so that could be a context, right? But I wouldn't say, oh, the matchmaking system doesn't work at all, because sometimes it speeds up queues. I think the only case where that happens is in the UK server. This is the only time it ever happens, is in the UK server. And maybe in Europe, in Frankfurt. Yeah, so apparently he's asserting that the top 5% in this game are boosted. Top 5% killers in this game are boosted because, and for some reason, it's not everyone. It's not across the board. It is only particular killers that are boosted. So he's asserting across the board, everyone is, or not across the board, only certain killers are boosting the stats. So it's not like random DC games. It's not across the board here. By the way, the only games that people seem to DC from are nurse games. So, like continually, like it's a trend. So apparently Wesker, Plague, and Penis Face all have DCs that are artificially boosting their kill rate, by the way, if you didn't know that. Yeah, so according to this guy's post, these guys are boosted up here because they particularly get DCs more than, like, let's say Trapper, right? Like, holy shit. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, so, like, an assertion like that, okay, people DC for matches and it boosts your win rate. It would be for everyone, unless there's a bias and people are going to disconnect against a certain killer. Wesker, I definitely do not think is one people DC from. We got, weirdly enough, in personal experience, we got DCs oftentimes from Legion games, more so than any other killer. When we're playing Legion, Legion's down here. He's not even further up than there. Legion's over here, and Legion's not a good killer at high MMR. He's kind of alright, but he definitely can be manipulated. So, yeah. Yeah, this guy's full of shit. 100% full of shit. Matches with DCs are not included. Someone's calling him on a shit. Good. Yeah, people that like to pretend stats are just completely meaningless because you can find a nuance does not... because you find something that might call into question the validity of the data doesn't mean that it's completely worthless data. Are those kills made with loads of hooks or chases, or kill rushing means less chases? It doesn't matter how many chases you have. Kill's a kill. This is a fucking moron trying to perpetuate the idea that you have to have a certain number of hooks to win. That's made up Survivor rulebook. I don't understand how people can look at stats and think it's a good way to balance the game. Yeah, as opposed to your subjective interpretation of what happens around you. I don't know. I'm not for just balancing based on stats, but I'm definitely not going to fucking throw out stats because you seem to think that everyone DCs in every game with Wesker. Kind of funny how these same types of statistics used to prove that Survivor were OP and now killers have been massively buffed and are the ones overperforming. Stats mean nothing. What do you mean overperforming? This is top 5% of killers. This is not all killers. There's one for all killers. And they said they wanted to get things around 60%, which is where they are. My own personal interpretation of a statistics means that it's the rule of life, guys. I see. Huh? Well, we're at it, Nerf Pig. Yeah. Need to learn how to play versus him. 1,500 upvotes, 450 upvotes. Wesker is simply a popular pick since the DLC dropped. Everyone plays him, so it influenced statistics. Who can blame him? He's too fun to play. Well, that wouldn't mean the more people that play him wouldn't actually change the amount of, like, his win rate, right? Playing him more would actually drop his win rate because people know how to play against him better. The fact that he's played a lot, top 5% players are going to be more experienced, and generally they're in the top 5% because they know what they're doing. And as such, he's going to be playing against people that will generally be around his win rate or around his MMR as well, because MMR exists in the game, because SBMM is in the game. And once again, the survivors are going to be around the top 5%. We'll be around the top 5%. So it's not just, oh, look, you got a top 5% killer. We're going to put them always with the top 50% and then put the, or, up the top 50% players. And then you're going to put a top 50% player and put him, a killer, and put him against the top 5%. Like, that's not, yeah, you can broaden the range wide enough, and then obviously they're going to get matched against anyone, but that's not what's happening. And then there's people that just make up this random shit as far as how the MMR works, even though we know how MMR works based on what the dev blog has told us and what the leaks from, is a leaker or a cheater? It's one of the two. Is a leaker or a cheater? And Scott Jund interviewed him last fall. That's the only information we have on it. People that are just making up random shit or just making up random shit, perpetuating as hearsay. More people play a killer and have higher sample size, which should normalize average based around statistics like kill rates. Having the killer more popular should have the opposite effect. Yes, that is true. Someone who understands how statistics work. Good for you. Good for you, even though it doesn't fit your agenda. Good for you. I'm not even advocating for Wesker Nerf. I think it's fine despite the statistics being more popular with higher kill rates. Hey, found the one person in. Needs a nerf either. Just funny watching all these comments try to spin stats whatever way they can to eight votes. He has 8 upvotes, despite him being right, and this guy not understanding how MMR works. Right here has 183 upvotes. So there's 183 upvotes for a guy that doesn't understand how stats work, and the one guy that does know how stats works is down here with 9 points. This is why you can't trust upvotes, guys, and why you can't just assume people are right. There's a lot of shit in the Dead by Daylight community that's perpetuated hearsay, and people that literally have no idea what they're doing, but they will always act like they know what they're doing. Dunning-Kruger, which I don't like going to the Dunning-Kruger effect, guys, because it's a catch-all. You can use it on anyone. However, it definitely exists in real life. Dunning-Kruger effect, which is that basically people that understand so little about what's happening. They understand so little about a topic matter that they think they actually know what they're talking about. And basically, you end up with someone down here that doesn't understand that they're stupid, is essentially what it comes down to, and in a kind of not so nice way. The person down here doesn't understand they're so stupid that they actually don't understand what's going on, where an average person actually understands that they aren't going to be right on the topic matter, so they won't comment on it, or they'll kind of pump the brakes a little bit as far as assertions go. And then you have someone up here that's highly skilled, right? So they're so lowly skilled in whatever they're talking about, or interacting with, that they don't understand that they have no idea what they're doing. And it is very, very prevalent in the Dead by Daylight community. I really wish more of these videos got views, or I had more of an influence on Twitch or on Twitter or wherever, YouTube, because a lot of these, going through the Reddits here, guys, and actually discussing the points in here is actually really, because if you post on Reddit, it'll literally just get buried, like my post down here will literally get buried, where I basically explain this. It'll literally get buried down here with -20. Because the first people that saw it were people that were negatively polarized, and they just downvoted me into oblivion, which is why basically Reddit should never go below 0 downvotes, and really you shouldn't, like, it should actually get to the point where just like one upvote has a lot more weight than a downvote. Stop crying. I downvoted this yesterday. 54 points for, I have a feeling the opening post is a nurse main, and I already said I'm not a nurse main down here in the post that was buried much earlier. Stop Crying has 54 downvotes. One of the probably 300 people that downvoted this post. Because I pointed out their comeback to me pointing out a logical assertion was an ad hominem directed at my character. So they tried to attack me as a person by saying I'm emotional and I should just stop crying. I don't play nurse. I played nurse when I first started playing killer. She was the second killer I basically mained, I guess you could say, where we played her back during to Prestige 2. Basically played her for well over a month and got really good with her, and I stopped playing her because it wasn't really that fun. It is quality of life issues playing her, and then people don't really like watching her either. So I stopped playing her, and we found a different main, which was Nemesis. Even though Nurse is a better killer. And like, you can literally disprove all this. Even prior to this, like, I have videos up of me just playing Nemesis. So it's like, I don't think I've even played Nurse since I mained her like a long time ago. I'm surprised I'll see Vommy Mommy up there considering my solo queue teammates have no idea to play against her. Yeah. She works until people know how to play against her, and when they know how to play against her, she doesn't work at all. Which is like top 1%, which isn't reflected here. Because I played Plague, and there's a lot of things that people can do to fuck around with you, to the point at which your power will have no effect in any way, shape, or form. And there's nothing you can do about it. Fortunate, just because someone is in a one-hit health state does not mean you can catch them. When you have to go out of your way to drink, and they'll like do things like cleanse across the map from you, because they always know where you are because they're on comms. Cleanse across the map from you. I mean, there's lots of different things. Like, if they go for hook save, they'll cleanse on the opposite side of the map, so you have to go across the map to get your plague puke. They always know what's infected, so they'll never touch it, so groups won't even get infected until they want you to infect them, or they get caught out of position. And even then, when you actually catch them, there's all sorts of hit reg issues with her vomit and shit, where she just won't like, sometimes puke through people, and it's very annoying. But even then, when they're down to one health state, unless you have the black puke, which counts for a health state, does not mean you can actually down people, and then it turns into mouse one killer, and that's not where you want to be. So once they take away your ability to infect multiple objects across the map and infect multiple survivors, you basically come down to being a mouse one killer in a chase with someone, the only person that's infected whom no one will ever touch. Yeah, it is very, very difficult. And either they'll all get infected and sit in like one health state, and then they'll bully cleanse, which means they'll go for all the fountains at exactly the same moment. I'll cleanse at exactly the same moment. So when they bully cleanse, they'll use all the fountains. That's why one of the best add-ons for Plague is the one that removes fountains from the map. So they force puke on you if they all cleanse at the same time, or they limits their options for strategically using the fountains. It's one of those killers where people say the Plague's really good, but that really shows where the MMR stops for her. And it's like, you'll get up there. We got up there really fast with her because we had a lot of groups where well, not a lot. We had a couple games, which I have highlighted, by the way. I think they're on YouTube and they're on my channel. I have them highlighted where I did really well. It was like the first 4 games where I did insanely well. And then we got into groups that knew what they're doing, and that didn't happen anymore. And then once you play her and you play against groups that know what they're doing, she doesn't work. She's not a high MMR killer. She is pretty poor, because once they rob you of your power, you can't really do anything with her, because they pick and choose when you get black puke and where it is. You can pick up the fountain at the beginning of the map and pretend it works, but the black fountain, the black puke does not infect people either, which it should, but it doesn't. So they can use that to their advantage. Yeah, kind of insane. Kind of fucking insane. There's a lot of people, and Penis Face isn't good at all. Penis Face is like a shitty version of Nurse. People play against him like they play against Nurse, and they always know where you are too, so, and because of comms once again. So, Darkfall doesn't even matter, because they all know where you are on the map, and you won't get people randomly running into you unless you're playing on a region with shitters. Doesn't work. Sadako is horribad at high MMR. She doesn't even do anything. She is a shitty Wraith. Good stuff, though. I love this. Bravo. Bravo. Anyways, we got to cover the patch notes, guys, here in a second. Let's take a look at the dev blog, and then we're going to look at the patch notes and cover both these. Let's see. Dev update. Is this different than the patch notes? My god, she can be so close to twins now. Wow. That's something that you weren't able to do. I believe this is the one twins main. I forgot her name. Loopsy or something. Leper, Loopsy. I think, see, there it is. That's pretty insane. It's not what I'm looking for, though. We're looking for the patch notes. The patch notes. Want the actual... Oh my god, why does it link to everything except their website? I want their website's patch notes. I don't want everyone else's patch notes. I don't want their interpretation of patch notes. I want the actual patch notes. Why is this so hard to find? 6.5, January 4th is what we're looking for. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to look first at the dev blog to see the reasoning, and then we're going to go over the actual patch notes, which are usually not that different than dev blog. We'll be back, guys. I got to take a piss. I'm going to grab a soda. 1 second. Alrighty. Dev update, guys. Take a peek here. Get Charles in here. Charles, where are you?
Google Cloud.
Charles with the BBC is going to talk to us.
Happy New Year. The team
Thank
is
you.
back from holidays, and we've brought a new developer update with us.
What a nice
In
guy.
this series of posts, we cover all the biggest upcoming changes coming to Dead by Daylight. We have many quality of life improvements up our sleeves, so without further ado, let's kick 2023 off with a bang.
Yep.
Survivor Activity HUD. It's no secret that playing with friends may improve your odds of survival.
Yeah.
Communication can at times make the difference between life.
I mean, it kind of is at this point. BHVR, let's be perfectly honest here. You perpetuate the idea that fucking being with a Swift doesn't fucking matter for the longest time and stayed mum on it. And the community, even for the longest time, when I first started playing 2 years ago, the community, well, longer than 2 years ago now, the community was very much in Swifts don't matter, voice comms don't matter. It's particularly not the Swift, it is the voice comms. And I was in an argument recently on Twitter with people who are asserting that voice comms, A, don't matter, and B, they'll always just attack you saying you just don't have friends. And that's why voice comms don't matter, is because they want to encourage people to play with playing a Swift. So they want to encourage people to basically cheat at the game, is essentially what it comes down. Let's be perfectly honest here. Voice comms give you a huge advantage in the game, and anyone that tells you otherwise are full of shit, because they 100% do. The best argument I had against voice comms not being helpful is when someone tried to say that, oh, someone will be screaming on voice comms and that's not helpful, therefore voice comms aren't helpful. And that's a fucking load of shit. That's a fucking load of shit, and that probably means you're playing with shitters, playing with shitters. So let's be perfectly honest here. No, it is not. It is not common knowledge. It's not common knowledge that Swifts increase your odds of winning at the game. And furthermore, much less so that it's particularly voice comms, which literally give you all the intel perks, intelligence gathering perks in the game. Yeah, all the intelligence gathering perks in the game. It's no secret here, guys. It is no secret, yet it is a fucking secret. Yeah, that gives you all the intel perks in the game, and then it gives you a bunch of handicap perks. It gives you all the intel perks, and then you have 4 handicap perks, because you don't need to use any of these 4 slots for intelligence gathering in any way, shape, or form. And then it will do things like tell you stuff that you don't necessarily know that are in the game. And for the longest time, it wasn't actually a perk, but they're being able to see how close people are to being picked up. There's a perk for it now, and no one fucking uses it, because they don't need to use it, right? They don't need to use the perk when they can literally just ask in comms. There aren't perks that allow you to see whether or not someone's exhaust is up. Yeah, but you can tell on voice comms whether or not someone's exhaust are up and coordinate with exhaust being up. So yeah, no, pretending that this is common knowledge and that everyone knows this is a load of shit. This is a crock of shit. And this is Survivor-sided crock of shit where you just pretend something doesn't exist so you can gloss over it because survivors pay the bills, right? Because there's 4 of them and they generally are casuals, and casuals spend more money than hardcore players for the most part. You'll always get that guy that's got to get them all, right? But for the most part, the casuals are the ones that are willing to drop a 5 bill on Claudette they occasionally play, more so than someone's willing to buy a skin for a killer, and putting aside the fact that they generally don't make that many skins for killers because it's a small market, right? They target the big market. And this is part of the hypocrisy with Dead by Daylight.
Life and death. Solo survivors need to work extra hard to keep up, often sacrificing perk slots for crucial information that could be easily shared between players in a call. Last year, we shared an early design for a system that would help bridge the gap between solo survivors and pre-made groups.
Yeah.
The response to this idea was positive, so
yeah,
we've
because
been
most
ironing
people
out
are
the
not playing in
details and working
Swifts.
on it behind the scenes since.
They're
We're happy
buffing
to say
Swifts.
that this system will be
They're buffing
debuting in the
groups.
6.5.0 update. Each survivor will now display their current action next to their portrait.
which used to be
These
perks,
actions
by the way.
include repairing a generator, opening an exit gate, healing, mending and recovering, cleansing and blessing a totem, searching
Which
a
used to
chest,
be perks, by the way.
killer-specific actions, e.g. snapping out of it, waking up a survivor, etc. This not only gives you vital information to plan your next move, but also gives you some visibility on what your teammates are doing to build camaraderie between you and your fellow survivors. These actions are only visible among survivors. Killers won't be told
'cause
what you're doing at all times.
that would be too powerful, giving killers this information that you're now sharing among all the survivors, right? You wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't want to help the killer out. So I'm curious how, when this starts affecting the kill rates, how they're going to deal with this. Do you think they're actually going to buff it? This is actually like, I'm taking a break from Dead by Daylight at exactly the right time, because right now they're going through this transitional phase where they seem to think they need to buff everyone to the level of a well-formatted Swift voice comm group. They need to buff everyone to the point of voice comms, right? But that means killer rates are going to drop a lot. It means kill rates are going to drop a lot. And there's going to be this transitional period where it's going to take a month to iron this shit out, in which I'm not going to be playing the game because I'm playing Overwatch right now. And this is going to take a while. This is definitely going to take a while. And because they are not going to be on top of shit, and they're going to be kind of dumbfounded on what's going on in the game, despite them literally, like, this is finally admitting that voice comms give you a huge advantage, where you could easily share this on comms, on players in a call, or voice comms, as is otherwise known, or comms, right? Good comms, good comms. I used to comment that all the time in Dead by Daylight, which is, it is a compliment in first-person shooters, but in Dead by Daylight, it basically means you're cheating at the game because you're not supposed to have that information. You can say what you want. It doesn't change about not having friends because I'm playing a killer. It doesn't change the fact that you are getting information you otherwise would not have. And it is basically cheating in the game because there are perks that do that, right? There are perks that give you that information. You don't need to waste a perk slot to do that. And this is going to depreciate those perks even more where they don't use those slots. Yeah, that's a big deal. I might have to visit the bathroom here in a sec, guys, unfortunately.
Beyond actions, we have added a new indicator to signify that a survivor is in a chase. Previously, it was only possible to tell when the obsession was being chased due to the twitching icon.
Yep.
Going
Which
forward,
you only
any
knew
survivor
if you were a good survivor or a good killer.
that is being chased will have a small set of entity claws surrounding their portrait. Meanwhile, the obsession will always have a larger set of entity claws around their portrait, keeping the effect visually similar. Unlike your current activity, the killer also sees who they are chasing, making it possible to distinguish two similarly dressed.
Okay. 1 second here, guys. I need to use the bathroom. This just snuck up on, I think it's a coffee. Fuck that. I'll be back, guys, in 1 second here. Son of a bitch. Jesus, guys. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Holy shit. Well. No pun intended. What were we talking about? Survivors pretending that voice comms don't give them a huge advantage. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyways, right now there is a perpetual. BHVR is trying to bring the power level of solo survivors up to the power of Swifts with good voice comms. I think that's a huge mistake, but this is where we're at. And during this period, killers are going to get fucked on heavily. And it is honestly not going to be fun to play killer. Not that to be said, it's not fun to play killer right now, anyways. Mm-hmm. I don't know what I fucking ate, guys. That was pretty ridiculous. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Anyways. For the longest time, they tried to actually perpetuate this game as more of a single-player experience, i.e., they're trying to lean towards the solo survivor is what the game is balanced around instead of Swifts, right? So now they've changed that where apparently they're going to give them the benefits and the abilities of a Swift with good voice comms, only in a solo player experience, but at the same time, they aren't going to buff killers at all. So, at least assumably they aren't going to buff killers.
Survivors. Finally, we've added a new health state to show when a survivor is being carried by the killer. Previously, the carried survivor would be shown in the dying state, but this could be confusing for newer players who were looking for the aura of a dying teammate.
Yeah.
Why these actions? The goal with this feature is solely to bridge the gap between solo survivors and pre-made groups. All this information can be easily conveyed between friends in a call, but not between solo survivors without the use of perks. Therefore, this information
and survivors that seem to think that voice comms provided no advantage or weren't willing to admit it because they don't want to get nerfed are also part of the problem here. But at least BHVR is admitting that being on comms is a huge advantage. They say a call, but what they really mean is comms, right? Voice comms, communications, not a call on Skype, because I guarantee you, like, meaningful Swifts are not using Skype to make a person-to-person call. They aren't sitting there in a call with another person. It is a group chat.
Information will not make a coordinated group any stronger than before. We specifically want to avoid anything that could give already coordinated groups an advantage, such as showing us.
I mean, it will. It still will, because not all comms are created equal, right? Not everyone is going to have esports-ready voice comms. Despite them thinking that's the way the game is played, it's not, because there's still voice comm groups that aren't as efficient as other voice comm groups. It's going to go like this. There's a line. Or go like this. Where you get to the top, where they have really, really good, well-coordinated voice comms, and then you have everything in between, right? Yeah. So, this is going to buff everyone, including Swifts. Not as much as solo groups, but including Swifts. Because not everything is commed in a voice comm manner. In an esports manner. So yes, this is going to buff Swifts as well. And they're just going to have to convey less information. And that means they have more time. They have more time to calm things that matter, like strategies and tactics now for organization, instead of just random bullshit that they just do on a day-to-day basis. So yes, this is going to make Swift stronger. It's not as big of a deal. It's not going to provide as much of a power curve as it will to solo survivors, but it's definitely going to buff Swifts as well. And I don't know why you'd pretend that it won't, but because it definitely will.
Survivor's exact location. Due to the procedural nature of Dead by Daylight maps, callouts like these can be hazy at times, so pinpointing an exact location could give even pre-made groups an advantage. We hope you'll find
And it
this
basically
decision to be the
obsoletes all the
fairest
perks.
option for bridging the gap, and we will be closely monitoring the impact this change has on solo survivors, pre-made groups, and overall gameplay.
Notice how they never mention killers. Notice how they never mention killers. The impact this change has solo survivors, pre-made groups, and overall gameplay. What about killers? What about the influence it'll have on kill rate and killers? What?
We look
Remember
forward
that
to
one time,
hearing-
guys, that I pointed out that they look at the game through the lens of a survivor. They look at it from a survivor standpoint. That was in a patch 3 months ago or something. I have it in one of my patch videos where I pointed out their wording here is from the standpoint of a survivor. Notice how they don't mention kill rates or killers, just the overall health of the game. I love being a secondhand citizen by playing a killer, by the way. Bravo. Bravo, BHVR. Bravo.
from you all once you've had a chance to try it out.
Okay. Yep, the nurse nerf coming up.
Updated wiggle mechanics. The updated wiggle system was the first feature to appear in the beta tab last year.
Beta tab.
Since its introduction,
Is that how they pronounce it
we've collected
in
feedback
Queenglish?
from countless games and around
Kinglish
the
now.
internet. Roughly 83% of players are currently opted into the wiggle beta.
Beta.
The time has come for this system to be officially integrated into the game, and as a result, the wiggle beta
Yeah,
will disappear
and for the
from
longest
beta
time, there's
tab
actually a
in
wait.
6.5.
And for the longest time, there was a wait line for survivors, not for killer. If you didn't know that was a big deal. Was it last year? Prior to the anniversary update, it was a big deal. Yeah. And even after it, I haven't played in 3 months. Even after it, there was no wait line for killer at all. So, yeah. I guess some people said there was, but I think it depends on what region you're playing in. In NA, which I'd say is the most flushed out region, in NA, there's no wait line until you get into the 4 a.m. hour, which is when casuals are all sleeping. So I wouldn't say that would ever be a normal distribution of players at all. If you're playing during prime time or mainstream, there's no wait line for killer. Yeah, the 1 to the 4 option. The 1 to the 4 option has no wait line. Where if remember when we played what was it? Evil Dead? Remember when we played Evil Dead and there's a wait line all the time for the killer, but not for the survivors? Yeah, because it's a 1 to 4 ratio, and there should always be a wait line for this guy because there's only one of them, right? If it's remotely fun, there should be a wait line for that one person because the ratio is off, right? And it's not in Dead by Daylight, and that's for good reason.
Update. There's a couple changes that will be made before this goes live. First, we are removing faster wiggle progression from great skill checks.
Thank God.
Hitting all great skill checks could shave off a whole second.
Oh,
While this sounds
hey.
small, it can be the difference between wiggling free and getting hooked.
No shit. And it's sporadic, meaning you couldn't trust whether or not they're going to miss skill checks. Even if you have the timing down perfectly in your brain, you still had to assume that they're going to hit all great skill checks no matter what. So you couldn't use that extra second. It was basically gone. You as a killer could not assume they're going to miss enough skill checks to make a difference. You just always have to, because there are plenty of people that with macros or just skill, right? With skill, but with a macro, because it's very easy to macro it, they would hit all great skill checks. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it was randomized, but it's not randomized. You can use a macro to do the skill checks. That's how bad it was. Yeah, so you just have to assume that they got 15 seconds instead of 16 seconds to get to a hook. Yeah, and I still remember these time periods. That's kind of fucking ridiculous, guys. Yeah, you just have to assume that you lost an extra second. Wow, a year later, they decide that this is a big deal. Congratulations, BHVR. I don't know why the fuck this took so long, but...
Rather than increasing wiggle speed, great skill checks will instead increase the amount the killer sways while carrying you by 20%. Great skill check success zones have also...
They made it worse! They gave them boil over! And it's random, too. It's not even like boil over. Because you aren't going to know how many they're going to hit or miss. And they buffed it! They gave them boil over, and base kit boil over, and they buffed this the skill check success zone. Since they're less impactful, this is more impactful! This is more impactful! Because this used to be a person, and then the perk, and now this is base kit, And on top of it, you could actually base BHR. You used to be able to, like, I could go for 15 seconds. No, holy shit, guys. Literally, just like, we went through, like, all states of emotions here. The fuck is this shit? Like, just reading line by line, where BHVAR does one thing, and then they make it worse for killers while trying to mask. We've talked about this before, where they'll try to mask with shinies that they're helping killers out while fucking you in the ass at the same time. Yeah, no, this is worse. This is worse than that 1 second, because you can definitely get stuck on a wall for longer than 1 second. Holy shit. Yeah, and especially when you're going around like certain areas of the map, like into the kill dungeon, that little where you have to go around that U shape there at the end, you can get stuck on that, and it's very easy to get stuck on that. Holy fuck! This is infinitely worse than 15 seconds. I'll give you 15 seconds if you get rid of this fucking base kit fucking boilover. I'll give you 15 seconds if you get rid of the base kit boilover BHVAR. But you're not going to do that because this is actually a stealth nerf to killers. What the fuck? You can 100% get stuck for a second or longer on stuff. And it's guaranteed at this point. It's guaranteed. And as opposed to, hey, maybe they'll miss their skill checks, but probably not. Now we have, hey, look, they're going to fuck you with boilover because it's built into base kit now. So this is Wiggle Mechanic Base Kit, Wiggle Mechanic Boilover Base Kit now. This is, I guess this is going to be the name of my video, Base Kit Boilover? Yeah. This is Base Kit Boilover.
Also been increased in size since they are now less impactful.
They're less impactful. Let's make the zones bigger, which they can macro.
Checks, on the other hand, still bump the killer, but 50% less than was previously normal. Second, we have added a new sound for non-attempts, i.e. not attempting to hit a skill check at all. Previously, this would play the missed skill check sound, which can be a little intense when played over and over if you've decided not to wiggle.
I'm sorry for hurting your ego and your and giving you PTSD by making the sound that you're supposed to wiggle because you choose not to wiggle, and then we're trying to make you wiggle.
And will be much more subtle.
Holy fuck.
Third, we have cleaned up the new system's interaction with Decisive Strike. Previously, wiggle skill checks would start immediately after the Decisive Strike skill check. This caught a lot of people off guard and caused some confusion.
Not that it really matters.
There is now a short 0.5 second delay after the Decisive Strike skill
Thanks for the
check
quality of
before
life
wiggle
updates
skill
here
checks appear.
for survivors, BHVR, bravo. So this is another fuck killer perk patch, by the way.
You'll be credited a small amount of wiggle progress to make up for the added delay before these skill checks appear.
Yeah, so this is base kit boilover. This is base kit boilover. Instead of losing a second to how long it takes you to get to a hook, they now have base kit boilover. Obviously minus the drop progression, right? When you drop and it gains wiggle progression. So this has base kit boilover built in. It doesn't have the drop thing, which they eventually added, but they have the annoying wiggle mechanic added to it now. Unbelievable. Yeah. Rather than increasing the wiggle speed, great skill checks instead increase the amount of killer sway while carrying you by 20%. So they built base kit into, maybe this isn't that big. Let's take a look. I think base kit boilover is 80%, so not as big, but you could still get stuck on something. That could be the difference between, let's take a look here real quick. Making do a hook or not. 80%. So, boilover's at 80%. Maybe this won't even be notable. Let's assume that. Let's assume 20% will not be notable. If you're trying to shave a quarter second off by going too close to an edge, you might get stuck on it. So it's 20%. Okay, so maybe I overreacted because boilover is 80% and this is 20%. I don't know why they even needed a compromise here. They should have just got rid of it. I don't know why they got rid of an extra second for killers to getting to hook in the first place and then masking it behind a wiggle update. Why? They don't need that. If the updated wiggle system was an improvement for survivors because you can sometimes miss skill checks while spamming spacebar. So, in and of itself, the new wiggle system was an update. It was an improvement for survivors. They have to have icing on their cake too. Is that what's going on here? Yeah, so they have to. Apparently internally they had to make a compromise and give the 1 second less entitled survivor mains who apparently are in their studio the 1 second less. Oh, it's 15 seconds. We got to give them something now. They have to give these entitled survivor mains a trade off for something that they got in the first place, which was a buff to just carry time, like the reduction in carry time for killers, a buff to survivors. Why? Why? The wiggle system wasn't supposed to be a buff to carry time. Or like a nerf to carry time for killers, buff to survivors for carry time. Nurse got nerfed. Let's take a look at this, and this is probably just the beginning. And then Blight's going to get nerfed, as everyone can recognize.
In the right hands, the nurse can no doubt be the strongest killer in the game. Though she has a steep learning.
Strongest killer in the game, by the way. 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 Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse, guys. Strongest killer in the game, by the way. And yeah, she can be. And it's like saying everyone that plays Overwatch is fantastic at Genji. Just because a character has a high skill ceiling does not mean everyone performs insanely well at that character. Balancing around 0.1% of the player base is not what you want to do, BHVR. And I don't understand why they give all the survivors freebies, like from the lowest MMR up, they'll give survivors freebies. And for killers, they keep trying to shave off the top of the MMR. They keep trying to kill off the top MMR and shave it down so killers can't perform well while they buff up the bottom of survivors. Like the general buffs to survivors are to everyone. It's not to the top percent or nerfs to the top percent. They have not nerfed the top percent of survivors at all. They keep shaving off killer tops and nerfing or buffing survivor bottoms. They're nerfing killer top percent and buffing survivor bottom percent. Why? Why is that a thing? And they don't buff bottom killer percent. They don't buff bottom killer percents at all. Yeah. They're like shaving down the distribution so you as a killer cannot be a good killer. They don't, as I've mentioned before, they don't want you to be a smart killer, as with the Knight in my Knight video, where I mentioned they tried everything to nerf your ability as a killer, as a Knight killer, to perform. They made sure that the Knight could not be used in the wrong way being smart way. You don't want to have a good killer, right? Because that's bad. They literally could just fucking replace the killers with bots, and some of these people would probably get off. Like, don't tell anyone, and they probably wouldn't even know the difference, especially at lower MMR. Just replace them with bots, and they probably would not know the difference. And would it really matter at the end of the day as long as they assume it's a player? Not really. And maybe they already do that. I don't know. Maybe they already do this, guys.
The nurse in the right hands, the nurse can no doubt be the strongest killer in the game. Though she has a steep learning curve, not much can stand between a good nurse and the survivor she's trying to kill, not even
Yeah, like
wars.
0.1%.
Although it's been a while since we've made any major changes to her, the nurse has steadily grown in power thanks to the introduction of new perks, making already strong playstyles even stronger. This in large part comes down to the fact that her attacks are considered basic attacks, meaning they can benefit from a wide variety of perks. Since the nurse can be threatening enough on her own, we've decided that it's time to make her blink attacks special attacks. This means they will no longer activate basic attack perks such as Starstruck, Hex, No One Escapes Death, and so on. Next, we've added a new...
There is, as I like to talk about the power distribution between skill levels in Dead by Daylight, survivors get much stronger as they get better at the game. Killers lose strength as they get better in the game, in comparison to survivors. So, killers are very powerful at low MMR because survivors don't know what they're doing. They pass each other up in terms of where they meet in this distribution comparably to each other at skill levels. Killer is much less strong at high MMR compared to when he is at low MMR. Because you could literally be a shit killer at low MMR if survivors don't know what they're doing. Like, they can't find gens, they don't know how to save, they don't know what they're doing, they're hiding, they think they're safe when they aren't. Like, you can literally just down... You don't even need a killer with abilities. You can just down them with Trapper. You can play Trapper and get kills, right? They'll walk into your traps. You play Trapper at high MMR, you literally have someone that will stalk you the entire game and disable your traps. You will be in a chase, which is why I consider Trapper to be the worst killer in the game. You will be in chase with someone that you'll never see and never gonna be in a chase with. You'll never get hook states out of them, which is what you need to win the game. You'll never get hook states out of them, and they will just die. Like, or you'll just die. I guess the survivors will escape. The opposite of death. Survivors will just live. Survivors will just live because you won't be able to actually do anything. You basically end up in a perpetual cycle in which what you're doing doesn't have any impact in the game because you're fucking around with traps. It adds basically a handicap to you as a killer. That's why Trapper is the worst game in the worst killer in the game. He is the only killer that retroactively gives survivors more time. He is the only killer that literally works against killers. It's not just being a mouse one killer. Every time you put down a trap and someone comes and disarms it, you have to go and reset it again unless you have the add-on that automatically resets it. And sometimes even then, they'll still disarm them and be fine. So, yeah, Trapper is 100% the worst killer in the game. He's the only killer that will retroactively give survivors more time in the game because you're doing something where you don't actually do anything meaningful. No, he doesn't. It's the opposite of no ability. Your ability saps time from you. He is the only killer that gives time to survivors. I know it's kind of a weird way to think about it because you're like, what can be worse than having no ability as a mouse one killer? Having ability that wastes your time. And that's what Trapper is. He's net negative. Yeah. There's no one else, by the way, that talks about this. And I've mentioned it a couple times. And I even argued a little bit with Scott Jund that asserted that the worst ability in the game was pallets for Freddy because they don't do anything. Mouse one killer. The only thing worse than a mouse one killer where you have no ability is when your ability makes you waste more time than you get just by being a mouse one killer. That's what Trapper is. He is below a mouse one killer if you use his ability. So either you have to stop using his ability and just become a basic mouse one killer, in which case survivors will just laugh at you, bukkake your face, and teabag you on the way out, or you spend all game assuming that your traps are going to do shit and get them constantly disarmed while getting basically no hooks. He is the only killer, and once again, it is something that I've heard no other streamer. By the way, this is one of the reasons I love Dead by Daylight, is because you get people that just jack off. Oh, I've streamed this game for 6 years since the beta. I am so well informed. I know exactly what I'm doing. I have not played tactically or strategically the entire time I've been doing this, but I'm going to pretend that I have been. Oh, yeah. Even though I've played this game for 7 fucking years, 8 years if you include the pre-alpha that I got through my family. Oh yeah, I've played this game so fucking long, guys. I have 9,000 hours in the game right now, and I literally have no idea how to strategically play around hooks at all, because that's a no-no, because survivors tell me not to play this way, and I'm actually a whip dog of survivors, because most of my viewers are actually survivors, and I don't actually want to do anything that would actually make them angry. Yeah. There's so much opportunity. This is the only game in which meta is frowned upon, where if you do what helps you win, you're a bad person for doing so, which is hook camping and tunneling, because that's how it has been the way. It's not something that I came up with. I do it the fucking best, but it's not something that I personally came up with. I took a strategy that existed in the game, and I fucking purified that shit into blue crystal meth. Yeah. And everyone wants my fucking Heisenberg. Not really, because they actually hate me for the fact that I made blue crystal meth. But yeah, we got to the point where I honed in on that shit, and eventually people started changing that. And we talked about this before, where Winter started copying my playstyle. He literally couldn't get fucking 2Ks, let alone more than that. And he watched my videos, and I pointed this out multiple times, and he literally started copying things. And he started copying nuances, like personality nuances from my stream. Obviously, I haven't streamed Dead by Daylight in like 3 months or so at this point. But yeah, he did that, started doing that in January last year. Well, prior to that, and he has plenty of videos up. He was just a shitter. And then True Talent started doing that in August, where he started talking about strategy and tactics, where he never talked about that prior to that, despite him playing the game for years, guys, for fucking years, and jerking off about it. You know what? Well, Winter tries to pretend that he's the one that came up with it. You know, at least True Talent kind of balances things a little bit with his fucking ego. And yeah, I originally, there are some people that I watched when I first started playing Dead by Daylight that helped me out. True Talent was one of them. Scott Jund was another one. I don't think I watched Ots at all, but Scott Jund was another one. We watched their introductory videos. But once I got to like middle MMR, I guess you could say, nothing that they did actually made sense, because it didn't. Because they're trying to play by someone else's rulebook. They'll talk about it, and they'll criticize it, and then they'll still abide by it. So, yeah, it's absolutely fucking hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Like the hypocrisy. And I at a certain level as a streamer, I understand this. From a meta standpoint, I understand this, because you are literally, the people that pay the bills are the people that don't want you to do well. So you are stuck between a rock and a hard place as a killer main in Dead by Daylight if you want to actually do well in the game. because majority, just like with BHVR here, where they're buffing people and pretending like they are with like these stealth buffs and stealth nerfs, depending on what side you want to look at it from. They're buffing people and pretending they aren't at the same time. You as a streamer understand the people that pay the bill are generally also the survivor mains, and they most of the time they aren't very skilled. Not very skilled. Dunning-Kruger effect. They aren't very skilled, but they think they are because they basically play against shit killers and or ones that are whipped. They're basically made to play in a certain way in order to facilitate survivors winning. They will grill you to no end. And I have tons and tons and tons of highlights. I have over 300 highlights on YouTube of me basically playing against survivors, especially some of the ones that are spoiled and entitled. They're labeled specifically that, where they'll just start freaking out in endgame chat. I've gotten everything in the game, including death threats from survivors who don't like me 4K. So yeah, we can pretend that it's give and take on both sides. It's totally an equal balance when it's clearly not. Yeah, and once again, here we have the nurse, who there are a couple nurse streamers that do really, really well with her. And they are not even reflected in the top 5%. So while you could say, oh, nurse does really, really well at the high MMR, even in top 5% of MMR, she is not overachieving here. She is overshadowed by Penis Face, who is not good, Plague, and Whisker. So the amount of games in which Nurse does extremely well in, or the amount of killers that do extremely well, is very, very minimal compared to their impact on the game. Yet they are balancing her because people bitched enough on the forums, which is why I made this post, which now is 1,400. Are we over 1,400 now? Which has 1,400 upvotes. Yeah, which has 1,400 fucking upvotes at this point. This is one of my highest Reddit posts in existence, by the way. Because this is hypocrisy 101 here, where you'll have, especially the Dead by Daylight survivor base, will grill BHVR for not balancing around people that, and it's not just BHVR, other developers do this, where they don't actually abide by their stats that they come out with, and then you have all of this copium in the comments here, in which people are coming up with reasons, rationale of why nurse really need to be balanced compared to the stats. Like mind blown. Because this isn't just a joke playing on a meme, guys. This is like, I don't do just normal jokes. This is like 3 jokes in one. Basically, the people that downvoted this, they're absolute hypocrites. So pushing that downvote button has to make you feel something negative inside, because you know this is true. Because it is not reflected in the stats here, or you have to come up with some sort of copium in which you are asserting that, hey, this doesn't make sense, and Nurse got nerfed because obviously Wesker is just overperforming because he was just released, putting aside the fact that it's top 5%, and top 5% is going to mean that these guys kind of know what they're doing, assumedly kind of know how to play the game, right? Your top 5% of your game, although the distribution for Dead by Daylight in terms of skill is not linear. It's like fucking like logarithmic, where it goes like this. It's almost like a right curve where it's just like everyone's basically has no skill, and then there's like the top maybe 10% of survivors kind of know what they're doing. But and Killer's probably very similar. Actually, Killer's probably, I'd say it's more linear than survivors are. Because it's so easy to play survivors from the get-go. The skill floor for survivors is much lower than Killer, and skill ceiling for that matter, because there's only so much you can do. The skill ceiling on a personal level for Killer or survivors is much higher, though. Like you only can do so much as a survivor, but what really gets you good is when you're in a SWIF and you are coordinated with your teammates. That explodes. That absolutely explodes your power level of survivors. We've talked about that before in terms of where you fall on a distribution or on a power curve, linear. Let's say a line comparatively to killers and survivors. Like if you have a survivor at the beginning compared to a killer is definitely more powerful than a survivor at low MMR. And then even at middle MMR is kind of where the killer breaks even with the survivors in terms of their capabilities. And then you have survivors on voice comms, which are definitely more powerful than a killer, especially unless you're a really experienced killer. And then you have like really experienced killers, which are about on par with a Swift group. That's really experienced killers. And then you have survivors in Swifts on voice comms, and they're actually good survivors, are like fucking in a stratosphere, completely on their own. They will dick on any killer. It doesn't matter. You can say what the fuck you want about Nurse. They'll always know where that fucking totem is, so they don't cleanse the wrong totem too, which is, weird in and of itself. But yeah, this is hypocrisy 101 here, guys, where You have top 5% and nurses down here. Nurses here. I made this meme. I had to make this meme. No one did it. I had to make this meme because it is so meaningful, because you have all these people that will criticize BHVR for not balancing based around stats, and then they didn't here, and everyone is praising them and clapping their hands like, bravo, good job, BHVR. Bravo, you totally did not abide by your stats that you came out with. Bravo, BHVR. And then there's some people that say, because this is from September last year, and we're now in December, that everything changed completely, and Nurse has been out for fucking years, so that's not true at all. Yeah, it's just fucking mind-blowing. And there's some people that have no idea how stats even work, that were making weird assumptions about, like, just, like, she doesn't perform, like, she performs better against shitters or something. No, this is all MMRs. She's even worse. She's down here. She's down here with inexperienced killers. Once again, like Genji. Genji's not very good. He has a high skill floor. Nurse has a high skill floor. That's the bare minimum entry point at which you can perform reasonably well with her. Survivors are much, much lower, and it shows. Does Trickster change all that much? Not really. And there's some people saying, like, Huntress is really good. She's not. Huntress is clickbait. Huntress is where you get a nice hatchet from across the map, and it makes you look good. But you have to, the only way of getting that hatchet from across the map and looking good is if the survivors suck. Flight time means there's plenty of opportunity to dodge. And if they don't dodge, that means either they didn't have information available to them, i.e. they're in a cornfield and you have aura rating on, for instance, or just ran into it, basically. They didn't see it, and they ran into it, so maybe a cheeky angle. Other than that, Huntress isn't very good. Huntress is not very good at high MMR. People will say she's good, she's not. Reasoning for that, once again, is because the longer the flight time is, the more likely it is for people to dodge, and the closer you get, the more you're like a 115 killer, and you're going to be a 110, which makes you inferior. So there's a lot of better killers in Huntress. It just, there's particular Huntress mains on Twitch that people like, and they play against shitters, and it makes them look good. Anyways, going back to Nurse here, we're segueing too hard. What were we on? Yeah, so they nerfed Nurse because there's a 0.1% that performs really well with her, and survivor mains don't like that. Highly vocal survivor mains do not like that. When they run into the one Nurse, they're accustomed to winning 99% of their games, and they get that. So 0.1% is 1 out of 1,000, by the way. So let's make a dissection, a dissection there, which is 0.1% is 1 out of 1,000. 0.2% would be 1 out of 50, right? You lose 1 out of 50 games, and lose would mean you had 3 people sacrificed. And once again,
Next,
vocal minority really freaked out about
that. The Nurse has fully regenerated all her blink charges.
Give them more information.
This way, you'll know when you're ready to blink again without having to keep an eye on the corner of your screen. Beyond that, we took some time to revisit the Nurse's add-ons to add new effects.
That becomes muscle memory. That's not even an issue.
Of the bunch closer in line with the rest. Notably, any add-on that increases the Nurse's maximum blink range has been replaced with a completely new effect. Here's a sneak peek at what's to come.
And they're trying to perpetuate this as helping the Nurse, which is hilarious, by the way. Yeah. Why are they even coming at this from? I'm actually kind of curious what they did the Knight. The Knight's a shitter, and we covered that in the video about Knight.
Badman's last breath after hitting a survivor with a blink attack. The Nurse becomes undetectable for 25 seconds. This effect can only be triggered once every 45 seconds.
Only use for that is with her her fast movement ability that allows her to move at 4.6, so 115 killer. It's 115 or 110, I think it's 115. Yeah, it's 115. Her fast movement ability, it's an Eerie, which you can't even depend on getting Eerie's, by the way, because of the way they changed the system around. Yeah, so this pairs with her Eerie, which is a joke. You could just play, if you're going to do something like this, just play a fucking different killer. Why even bother with that? We've talked about this before. Undetectable effects only work against non-Swifts. If you're in a Swift, they voice comm where you are. It's pointless. There's no point in being undetectable unless you play against non-Swifts. We've talked about this before with, what is it called? Dark Devotion. Dark Devotion, a very cool perk. I learned very early on, i.e. 2 years ago, very early on that the perk does not work at all because people just immediately call out where you are, and it's pointless. It's pointless. But against Solo survivors, it might have some meaning, right? Because it changes where your terror radius is. It might have some meaning. But when you play against actual groups like Swifts on voice comms, you immediately lose that. It means nothing. Undetectable becomes a completely pointless perk, especially because it doesn't mute your movement sound either. Yeah, undetectable, pointless, which is even Wraith. The moment they see you, even before you uncloak, the moment they see your shimmer, they announce it on voice comms, and your cover is blown. Undetectable is a shitty element. Once you start getting to high MMR, it's a shitty element in the game.
Once all blinks have been exhausted, the nurse may teleport back to her original position. Once she returns to her original position, all blink charges are restored.
So this is a play. There's a couple different killers that have an ability where they'll return to their original location, and basically it sucks because it puts you completely in out of position unless it's like guarding something. It will almost always fuck you, so there's no point in taking it. It actually might be hurt you just much more than just not having it in the first place.
The full details for the changed add-ons can be found in the patch notes once the update goes live, but you can also expect changes for the following: Catatonic Boys Treasure Dark Synced Your Heavy Panting Ataxic Respiration Fragile Wheeze Campbell's Last Breath Kavanaugh's Last Breath Torn Bookmark Matchbox Spasmodic Breath will also receive new audio and visual feedback to make it clearer when its effects are active.
So Nurse got nerfed. There's plenty of people that are like, it doesn't matter, man. Nurse is still fucking OP as shit, even though she can't use last or on hit effects anymore with her melee. It doesn't count as a basic. It doesn't matter. She's still fucking broken as shit. Prior to this even happening, like they didn't give two shits about like Starstruck Nurse or something like that. And you're like, yeah, you can fuck off, dude. Holy shit, you can fuck off. I don't even play Nurse, but I understand when BHVR is coming at this from a wrong angle and hurting part of the game that doesn't need to be touched at all because of a strong vocal minority that's playing in these 0.1% of matches against 0.1% nurses. Oh my god, there's like one on Twitch. Congratulations, you found one of the two that actually performs well. Once again. Top 5% and Nurse is here. So the nurses that overperform, that's Sadako. The nurses that overperform are not even in top 5%. Like, this is higher. It's higher than top 5%. And I mentioned this back when they released these stats. It'd be very curious to see a 1.1% and like a 1% of all killers. Because despite what you might think about Dead by Daylight, there's a lot of people that play this game. There's a shitload of people that play this game, guys, and it really shows. There's a lot of them. And they're mainly survivors, but there's a lot of people that play Dead by Daylight. It's a very, very well fleshed out game in terms of player base. And saying otherwise, you're just full of shit. It's one of these weird games that has a quirky audience and they just exist. But yeah, it would be nice if there's a better breakdown so you could actually see what is like trending at the higher end. Some of these killers do not work at higher MMR. Pig being one of them. Penis, actually, that's the wrong group. Wrong chart here. Penis Face, Plague does not work at 1%, higher than 1%. If they know what they're doing, Plague does not work at all. She's just a mouse one. Pinhead doesn't work. Ani doesn't work. Sadako doesn't work. Pig doesn't work. Twins definitely doesn't work. And Pig kind of works. She's not super amazing, though. Wraith is, I'd say, Shape, we were doing really good. Once again, people don't play Shape right when they play against MMR squads. They don't manage their power properly, and they waste it just on random chases that have no meaning. Anyways, let's move along. I want to see what they did to the Knight. Knight they're very, very conservative with how they made the Knight, so he can't actually do things that he needs to do to win, because they don't want the Knight to be smart. Even though he's a strategic killer, they didn't want him to be a strategic killer. They wanted him to be a dumb strategic killer. Who the fuck does that appeal to? You have a killer that requires a significant amount of knowledge, and you're trying to pander this to people that are smart enough to realize he's a shitter. Who's that? Who is that? Who wants to play a highly strategic and tactical killer and then be robbed of their ability to play him highly strategically and tactically? I don't know. Yeah. Hey, look, you're smart, but you're supposed to be dumb when you play this guy. Congratulations. Here, have fun. You're like, okay. We covered that in my Knight video, though.
The Knight and his guards have been patrolling the realm for a little over a month now, and we've been combing through your feedback all the while.
There's some people that think he's OP as shit.
One recurring piece of feedback we've received is about how the Knight's power is best used in loops rather than over longer distances. While this is a totally valid way to use his power, we'd also like to make it more appealing to use your power in different ways. We've made a few changes aiming to make longer paths more powerful.
What I pointed out when the night was released is if you're actually doing longer paths, you have to spend time doing that, and that's time you can't spend doing this. Remember how we talked about with the trapper being less than a mouse one killer, where you drop down and you give survivors time because you're spending time doing random shit that doesn't matter at all in the terms of the game. The knight can do that to a certain extent, but most people realize that you shouldn't probably do that, so they don't. The only way you could have changed that is if you had like an overview of the map where it just flips the map like this, and you can set 2 waypoints and just immediately spawn a character across the map without ever touching it by walking through it. You needed to be able to do that, and they didn't. They didn't allow you to do that or anything like that. There's different variants. It doesn't need to be exactly that. Like it could be based on the distance away from the knight or the path. The length of the path depends on some sort of token generate. I don't fucking know. There's a lot of different ways to balance stuff in a game that makes it more agreeable to whoever's listening. That might be like, that's too OP because it's across the map. You can't do it. Like shit like that. There's other ways of doing it before you go full beaker on me. And some people will.
First, the orb survivors see when the killer is creating a path will shrink with distance, disappearing completely when the path is longer than 10 meters. This will make it more difficult for survivors to avoid a guard before they become active, though the killer will still need to predict where the survivor will go. Second, after creating a path longer than 10 meters, the knight will gain the haste status effect for a few seconds. The longer the path, the longer the movement speed bonus will last. This aims to help the killer catch up after using his power. Third, guards will move to the position they spotted a survivor and begin chasing faster depending on the length of the patrol path.
This is going to get nerfed. The haste status effect is going to get nerfed. And the reason for this is because you probably, as a killer, could set up an area where you can actually chase a survivor and break a loop. This is more than likely going to get nerfed. Because if you're one of the things that they generally don't ever give you as a killer is your ability to speed up. And the reason for that is because you break loops and you can kill a survivor or down a survivor. And they don't want you to do that outside of your whatever powers are baked into your class, right? Into your killer. So this is probably going to get nerfed. Mainly because you could use this as a burst, a speed burst to actually get into position, like a sprint burst. You could use this to get into position to fuck a survivor, and nothing to do with creating a knight, by the way. And once again, I think the best usage case for creating his little pawns on the playing field is having an RTS map and switching between the two.
Like the haste, only paths longer than 10 meters will benefit from this. Beyond promoting longer paths, we've increased the instant generator regression from guards to 5%, compared to the default 2.5%. Guards will not activate generator damaging perks, however, so use them wisely.
We don't want
Lastly,
them to be
we
smart.
have to admire the creative ways some of you have used the knight's power. Rather than locking down an area or aggressively chasing survivors, some of you have discovered that you can start drawing a path and not move to hide your terror radius, particularly near a hook survivor. While the efficiency of doing this is debatable, it doesn't exactly suit his playstyle, so we've added a 10-second limit to his patrol path creation. This gives enough time to not affect a typical path, but it will put a hard limit on how long you can stay still and hide your terror radius.
So, like the nurse, or not nurse, the spirit just standing still mind game, they made it so you can't do it anymore. Well, efficiency of doing is debatable. It doesn't exactly suit his playstyle, so we've added a 10-second limit to his patrol path creation. Okay. So, I'm guessing the haste effect is going to get nerfed. But this looks like a side grade tonight. I think he's still going to be a shitter. Okay. Yeah. This looks like a side grade. This is something where you'd have to see it in action, see whether or not he's affected well. And I don't think I think it's a haste effect is going to get nerfed. But otherwise, I don't think his kill rate or how well he plays the game is really going to change at all. There's a lot of, like I said, if you look at the night page, there's a shitload of asterisks and nuances to his abilities in which survivors can manipulate it or they can deal with it, where otherwise they might actually be cucked by it. They might get fucked by it, and this doesn't really address any of those for the most part. So I'm pretty sure he's still gonna be a shitter. No one's gonna play
Era
him, which is what's
Crows
happening
last
right now.
year, the Forsaken Boneyard appeared in the Entity's realm alongside the portrait of a murder chapter. You've given us a lot of feedback on this surreal landscape, and we've prepared some gameplay adjustments
There's some
for the
people that really
Era
hate
Crows, which
Eerie.
will launch in this
I'm not one of
upcoming
them.
patch. Many players reported that the map felt survivor-sided, and this is something we can back up looking at our data.
It is Survivor. So the one thing that I talk about every single time, and I turned it into a BS tech, was the cuck door. You break cuck doors at the beginning of the match. You always break the cuck doors. You know how many killers break cuck doors? Like, none of them. It took them years to fucking, like, I played the game for 2 years, in which I basically started this in 2021, whereas I'd always start talking about breaking cuck doors, because you break them, or it fucks you in a chase, and that's the difference between a down and someone getting away. So why wouldn't you get rid of this one element that's going to fuck you later and not allow survivors to use it to their advantage? Don't know, but here we are with killers that are too stupid to realize that breaking the cuck door is really important. Era Crows has 3 cuck doors. You need to break all 3 of them. The upstairs one is debatable, but from what I've seen in high MMR games is when you break that upstairs door, they never use that loop ever. Because they all know, for some strange reason, they all know that the upstairs door is broken. Yeah, but if you don't, that is a loop in which they can escape, and you'll just fucking have to sit there and try and mind game them to vault the window, and maybe they will if they're dumb. But yeah, there's literally a god loop at the top of Era Crows that all you have to do to break it is break the door. And there's a lot of killers that don't. Like I said, there's a lot of room for opportunity, a lot of opportunity on Twitch for you to play a game in which a lot of people that play it are stupid. And from one side, it's not particularly survivors. There's plenty of smart survivor streamers that just dick on killers constantly, and everyone cheers about them and goes, "Yay! Yay! These guys are fucking killers in the ass. I love this. Yay!" And there's only a couple killers that are actually good at the game, and that stream on Twitch. There's only a couple killers that are good at the game and stream on Twitch. And of those killers that are good, most abide by the Survivor rulebook. And as such, they aren't fun to watch because it's basically like watching a puppy just get beat on constantly. Just like have someone that's like, oh, I just want to be loved by the community, and they just get constantly just kicked around and shit and just beat up. Yeah, and there's once again, I really wish I had more people watching me back when I played Dead by Daylight, because there were a lot of things that other killers were not doing that you should do as a killer. One is break the cuck door, BS cuck tech. It shouldn't actually be a tech. And the only reason it is a tech is because it's so stupid and no one does it that it actually should be a tech. And it sounds dumb because it is. It is a stupid tech. But the fact that I was the only one doing it is a testament to the fact that it should be done. And it's notable to my channel because I'm the only one doing it. Yeah. And even to this day, occasionally you'll see like someone like True that'll actually break the door and go, oh, I better break this because it's going to fuck me later on. Yeah, something I was doing 2 years ago, and he's played the game for like 5 or 8 years or whatever. Yeah, no shit, you should break that door because it's going to fuck you in the ass if you don't break the door. Congratulations. In Era of Crows, if you don't break the cuck doors, they will fuck you with the main building. Era of Crows is not, I would say Era of Crows is actually killer-sided if you break the cuck doors. Because it's not difficult. It is wide open. You can see everything. Most of the loops are all right. There's just a kill shack. The little ruin areas are not hard to deal with. Nothing is very difficult in Era of Crows, except for the main building if you don't break the doors. And it shows. We haven't even listened to what they're changing here. But if it is those doors, holy shit, killers, you are fucking bad. Fucking break the doors. Get it over with. Because otherwise, you are going to get, especially against good survivors, or even mediocre ones, they'll just mistakenly go through the main building and fuck you with just going the opposite direction of a door. And then you'll have to break the door. And you'll lose a chase, or you'll spend an inordinate amount of time, and they'll give them enough time to get to another loop. Break the cuck doors. BS cuck tech. Break the cuck doors. It's a tech. Do it.
To remedy this, the map will be changing shapes. Rather than a long rectangle, the map will be roughly square, allowing killers to patrol generators more easily. This change in shape also reduces the overall size of the map slightly.
Disagree.
Additionally, maze time.
When it When it is a square, it is easier for survivors to squeeze around the edges of the map compared to a rectangle. This is a nerf. This isn't a buff. It's actually worse for killers. Choke points help killers. They don't help survivors unless it's a cuck tech. Unless it's a cuck door, in which case you break the goddamn door.
Tiles, stronger tiles made up of tall walls, have been moved away from the main building and shack, making it harder to combine them into stronger loops. Last but certainly not least, several new tiles have been added to the map. Multiple existing tiles have had new foliage added in strategic places to allow trapping killers to better hide their traps.
And survivors
Keep
to
an
hide.
eye out as you explore.
So, basically, dumb killers got eerie nerfed further for smart killers because, once again, if it's a rectangle, it is easier to patrol than if it's a square. If it's a square or a circle, there's more room for them to get around your sides. Let's do like something like this. There's more room. If it's the same amount of volume, right? If you're like this or like that, right? And you're changing the, is it volume? Volume is 3 dimensionals, I think. Squared area? I don't know. Anyways, the amount of distance here is the same, right? Volume, I think, is 3-dimensional. The area, there you go. The area is the same. If you have a square, it means they can go around the edges. It's more like a circle. Then it means they have more opportunity to skirt around without you ever seeing them and get by you without you being able to choke them off. That's bad. You don't want that as a killer. You want a narrow corridor where they have, in order for them to access part of the map, they have to go through you. For instance, that one map with, I don't remember the name, the coal mine or whatever, where you have basically 2 different areas, and it's basically split off and choked in the center. That means they have to go through the center in order to get to the other side. And that means you can better hold a 3-gen. So no, this is a nerf to killers. This is a killer nerf. Either BHVR is dumb and they don't actually know what they're doing. This does not help killers out at all. They can't patrol better when it's a circle compared to a narrow choke point. That's not the way the game works. Yeah, it's more strategic. A choke point is easier to hold. A choke point is easier to hold than an open field. I don't know. I don't know who I need to tell this, guys. But in terms of strategy, if you have a choke point, it is easier to hold that choke point than an open field. This might be just something like a canyon is easier to hold than a wide open field. Just throwing that out there from a defensive standpoint, it is easier to hold a choke point than it is a wide open field. So either BHVR is pulling your leg and just trying to give you bad information, or they're also dumb. So, yeah, this is a nerf to killers. This is a nerf. I don't know who thought this was a buff on killer's side, or like they think this is going to help killers. It's not. It's not, guys. This is not a buff. This is not a buff. Do not believe that. We hope you find that your crows will be much more experienced on both sides, okay? Looks like quest tracker. I mean, that's a quality of life issue for everyone, so.
In-game challenge tracker, we've all been there.
Yep, a quest
You're
tracker.
not quite sure if you finished your challenge or not.
Mm-hmm.
You spend the rest of the match questioning, was that 5 totems or 4?
Something that should have been added to the game
Doubt
4
starts
years
to
ago.
creep in, but you lie to yourself and say, no. It was 5. Then the match ends and you find yourself just shy of the goal. Never again. We are adding a challenge tracker.
This helps everyone, so good.
This widget
Quality of
will
life
appear at
improvement.
set intervals as you make progress on an active challenge. You can choose to toggle between 2 settings that will indicate progression on a challenge, as well as its completion. No more guessing. If you prefer to keep your screen clear, this widget can be switched off in the options menu.
Congratulations, something they should have done years ago. Yep. But quality of life improvement.
Game flow improvement. Speaking of challenges, if you've ever queued up for a match before realizing that you didn't have a challenge selected, you'll know that you're faced with 2 choices: keep queuing and play the next match without a challenge, or back out and select one. Starting in 6.5.0, this is a thing of the past. You can now browse the archives and the store while searching for a match. The searching for match indicator will stay in the bottom right corner of the screen as you browse. You'll also be able to spend blood points in the blood web as you wait. New for our killers players, you'll also be able to customize your non-selected killers while you wait for a match to start. Note, the killer you will enter the match with will be the killer you started your search with. As always, returning to the main menu will automatically cancel your search or exit your group, as it always did. Whether you forgot something or you just love clicking around while you wait, we hope you'll enjoy having more freedom while searching.
Sure. Should have been done a while ago. Good.
Merciless Killer. Finally, we have a small update to Merciless Killer ratings. These ratings are currently tied to the grade system, where a double pip earns
For
you a
achievements.
Merciless Killer result and the corresponding Adept
The
Killer
old
achievement
antiquated
trophy.
system.
Unfortunately, this means that as your grade increases, it becomes harder to earn these achievements.
Mm-hmm.
Since the emblem system has transitioned to a monthly ladder, it no
Yep.
longer makes as much sense for match results to be based on them. To clean things up, the result you get after a match will now be tied directly to kills.
Hey.
0 kills, the entity
So I'd
100,
almost always be a
1 to
merciless
2
killer.
kills,
Congratulations,
brutal
guys.
killer 3 kills, ruthless killer 4 kills, merciless killer. With this change, the requirement for a merciless killer rating is much clearer and remains the same regardless of your grade. This will also make killer adept achievements a similar level of difficulty to their survivor counterparts.
Nah. Surprise. Yes. Surprise. And it still blows my mind, by the way, when we got cheat lobbies and we get like a 3K, and it would still, I would get like a Entity Displeased, which is now called Entity Hungers because it causes PTSD for some people, apparently. We get an Entity Displeased with a 3K. Yeah, that's actually happened before. I actually have videos of it happening before, by the way. Yeah. Hilarious.
Iridescent shard prices. A few months back, we announced that all non-licensed outfits would receive an option to purchase with iridescent shards roughly a month after they first appear in the store. By extension, existing outfits will also receive iridescent shard options, but this is being done in batches of a few characters at a time. So far,
Why?
we've added this option to outfits for the Trapper, the Wraith, the Hillbilly, the Nurse, the Huntress, the Doctor, the Hag, Dwight, Claudette, Meg, Jake, Naya, and David King. We can reveal that the next characters to get this
Maybe to
treatment
build
will
hype?
be the Clown, the Spirit, Ace Visconti, and Fung Min. You can expect the iridescent shard prices to appear around the time the update releases on all platforms, not the PTB.
So my guess is the reason they're doing this in batches is because it's either A, driving hype, or B, also giving them more feedback on purchasing options, how people purchase them, and the impact it has on their monetary model. So maybe it makes a little bit of sense here. My guess is they're looking for statistics here, and statistics are always a good thing to get. An update on cheating. Oh my god. I love anti-cheat. I love anti-cheat.
An update on cheating. Now that 2022 is behind us, we wanted to leave you with a chart showing the number of cheaters banned each year since Dead by Daylight was released. The team is still hard at work finding and patching new vulnerabilities, and we hope to share more information with you soon.
They are way behind an anti-cheat, by the way. This is a good step. This is a step in the right direction, guys. But they are way, way behind an anti-cheat, to the point at which basically people could cheat and be like, they're risking their rank 5,000 hour account, putting aside the fact that that doesn't even matter because you can just leave the game open and it will generate hours for you. I don't know why people use hours instead of your killer, what is it called? Not killer rank, your account rank is basically based on experience, which is matches. Like people, for some reason, were using hours, and they still use hours in Dead by Daylight, despite the fact I can literally just leave Dead by Daylight open and have a 10,000 hour account. I'm actually tempted to do that, and I still am tempted to do that. It's just leave Dead by Daylight open on a computer, so I could just pretend I have an 8,000 hour account, despite the fact I've never played 8,000 hours in Dead by Daylight. It apparently means something to the community, even though it's extremely easy to manipulate stat. And I guess people are too stupid to realize. It just shows the kind of people that are playing Dead by Daylight, by the way. Instead of using like if you play a Battlefield, it'd have like the rank of the person, right? It's not the rank, it's how many hours they have in the game, and it doesn't matter because you can literally just leave the game open. But putting that aside, people are just literally willing. The anti-cheat in Dead by Daylight is so bad that people are willing to risk their 7,000 hour account because they know it doesn't matter. Because it is there. I've never seen a game with more cheating in it than Dead by Daylight. Besides maybe Arma, where you have weird shit like DayZ, where you have people being. It got better, but there's like a point I remember watching streamers where they get teleported across the map and be force-fed food till they vomit and stuff like that, like degrading stuff. Yeah, and even Dead by Daylight, people can teleport and they can fly around. Yeah, and that was the thing. It's like one of the basic shit that you get rid of when people are cheating. And because the game can easily identify when a person moves from point A to point B instantaneously, and the game should go, huh, that's not right. What's going on here? And then look at something like, let's say, ping to see if it makes sense, and then obviously teleport them back to where they were because they shouldn't be there in the first place, right? And good netcode will do that in and of itself, even though it might be related to cheating. Good netcode will stop that from happening in the first place because it's impossible. You could easily, with some level of validation, check on whether or not what people are doing makes sense in terms of your game. And Dead by Daylight has almost none of that. Yeah, and including people just spamming hook states, and somehow spamming hook states, and the game's not like 1, 2, 3, they're dead. And then disconnect them from the lobby if somehow they manage to stay in. Like easy checks and balances, right? You have a person that's spamming. Remember when people are floating around in hooks and spamming their health state changes? Yeah, if someone's on a hook, guys, it's a hook. Game goes +1 hook. So if the icon changes to +1 hook and they're on a hook, +1. If they're at 3, they're dead. It's a fundamental part of the game, right? 3 hooks and you're dead. That's just the way it goes. It doesn't matter what else happens. You get on there for 3 hook states, you're just dead. So why it doesn't happen? Yeah, like I said, basic validation of what's happening in the game. And the game doesn't really do that. Anyways, I've never seen 79 out of 88 people found this helpful. Good for them. Yeah, I've never seen that. The cheating in this game, there's a long way. They have a long way to go in this game. And even we have problems with cheating in Overwatch, right? And that's a game that Blizzard kind of cares about. And Dead by Daylight is run by BHVR. They aren't Blizzard. So, yeah. Fucking crazy shit. Anyways, cover the dev blog. We're going to briefly look over, take a cursory glance at the PTB and see if there's anything really different here compared to what we just read. Which I don't think there is. Oh my god, undetectable. Wow, that's such a useful perk. It is pretty hilarious, guys, leaving Dead by Daylight to fallow right now and just playing other games. We are definitely going back to Dead by Daylight for sure. Because it's such a unique community in terms of your interactions with the game and in the community itself. And I'm so far outside the norm, it actually leaves room for me to express what I am as a person and who I am and be capable of differentiating myself from the other shitters out there. They're just copy-pasting everything everyone else does. Which is good. Good. Nurse is the latest killer to receive her own theme in the menu as well as a new terror radius and chase music. Okay. They nerfed area crows for killers. It's now worse. Optimizations. Like there's anything interesting here, which makes sense. It's always kind of weird that they release patch notes so far after the dev blog, because the dev blog is basically patch notes, which is why I generally don't cover the patch notes in the PTB, because usually it's just the dev blog in more concrete state, right? So it makes sense that they're actually releasing this right after the dev blog, because why would you do it? It doesn't make sense. By the way, basic boil over. Not really. Shitty version of basic boil over. Also, I told you guys before, I fucking hate white on black text. I absolutely hate this. It's like the white text burrows into my brain. I absolutely hate this. If you dislike black on white, it's particularly because your monitor is too bright. Turn down the brightness. This you can't change. It's literally, it just sears into your eyeballs because your eyes will dilate because the background color is so dark, and then the fucking photons just go into your eyeballs and just sear the words. Like you can look up and down and around on the sides, and you'll see like text floating around in there if you're remotely cognizant of what you're looking at the screen. It fucking sears in your eyes. I fucking hate. People say this is easier on your eyes. It's not. The only reason this is easier on your eyes is because you have your monitor too bright or your screen too bright. Firm believer that it causes this 100% causes eye fatigue for me. Black on white, or excuse me, white on black causes eye fatigue. Okay. Covered this. Covered my trending Reddit post. Oh my god, it's still trending. Let's see. Let's make a video of this too, guys. And then we're gonna cover the Reddits, because we spend all of our time here. We're gonna cover the Reddits, and then play some Overwatch, since we're already pretty late into the night here. Make a highlight immediately on that. Widow should have a laser sight when scoped. Yep. Pretty easy to hear, though. They intentionally make her louder than normal. So it just does have a glow, but that's not as noticeable as a red line. The very fact that they have to make this shit really noticeable shows the balancing decisions they're making in the game. Let's see. Highlight. Getting down to popping DS. That got downvoted at. They love. When I start commenting on my post. Let's take a. Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse. Let's take. Wesker is overperforming Nerf Nurse. Let's take a. Is there a different one here that's over 1,000 too? 1,000 is a pretty good ratio. Let's take a look at this. $96, $96. I have 80% downvote. And no one else, 79. No one else, none of the other posts have close to it. Oh. That's good. But you can basically figure out the downvote to upvote ratio simply by it's equation, right? And 79% means this is a product of 100%. So I don't think 1.21 is the way that you'd figure that out, but maybe. Like if we figure this out. was like 1,770, so there's like 300 people downvoting ish. That you have are vault the window and
2022 is behind.
and then look at some more make a video out of this too, guys, and then we're going to cover the Reddits because we spend all of our time here. We're going to cover the Reddits and then play some Overwatch since we're already pretty late into the night here. Um. Good. Um. Is there anything in particular that really helped out killers in this patch, guys? Not really. We're supposed Yuri, I guess, was supposed to be an update, but it wasn't really. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. Export this one. Okay. Wait for that to update, and we got to make this, obviously publish this right away. 800 meh, NVIDIA's GeForce 4070 Ti review and benchmarks. We'll take a look at this tomorrow. Not interested right now. Specifically because we already spent so much time. So, X3D specs, lower CPU prices, laptop, RDNA 3. Yeah, we'll take a look at this tomorrow. CES is going on right now. I think AMD already had their keynote, which is their opening speech, which they detailed some of these. Pat Brown, we're home alone. Yeah, good. After Hours, the podcast? I don't fucking remember. No. Interested in this for sure. I want to look at that. 4070 Ti was supposed to be a good. It's supposed to be the alternative card. It's supposed to be what you're supposed to get now instead of a 3090 Ti. Is you're supposed to get a 4070 Ti. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. Five. Exporting. Let's take a look at the tubes. Oh, we got something here. Always be limited by CPU. You upgraded monitor for 75 hertz FHD to 165H FHD. Knowing my GPU struggling, play the next AAA games. Majority of people are playing at 1080p. And once again, you could do 1440p and 1080p. I didn't just say 1080p. Assuming that every game is going to be bottlenecked by a modern video card, I think is completely asinine. At 1080p, I think is completely asinine, which is true. So what he's trying to perpetuate there. Good for him. I left a comment about basically Hardware Unbox not testing 1080p. January 2nd, January 3rd. On the music. Making content, guys. Making content of making content. Oh! Mind explode. Inception. Oh my god. Don't publish. Overwatch. All right. The Been a while since I did an analysis. Nope. There we go. Ported. DVD Dead by Daylight. Your other takes was using for Dead by Daylight? I don't think so. Yep. Let's publish right away, guys. Good. Did that video ever publish? Pending. Still there. Processing will begin shortly. I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. Reddits, guys. Why does Bridget Shield Bash clash with other stunning moves, and yet the move itself can't stun because it used to stun? Yeah, legacy code. Kiriko in the cinematic is a loving, kind, compassionate protector. In game, she's an angsty, edgy, smart-ass teenager. I hate it. Yep. She's a bitch. She's just obnoxious like every other teenager, which they made her fun and some kind of, and kind of as she is in the universe. Tone is also way more enjoyable in Japanese. They read it originally in Japanese, wrote it. Okay. Translation error. When you are too... close to the source material? Accurate. And you're too accurate to the source material. Where it's not even source material. Where you want to be... too close to wherever the actors are from. I don't even know what to call that. 50X 3D specs. I think we're going to cover this all tomorrow. Yep. What matters is the X3D performance. And they have some numbers that leaked already. They have a timeline. Just curiously, real quick. February. That's what I thought. About pricing. It confirms XTX throttling issue related to thermal solution used in reference design. Hotspot problem in AMD's XTX, NBA, even several batches of the vapor chamber affected. Replacement of thousands of cards starts. Well, that's not a lot if you sell hundreds of thousands of cards, so. So batches affected. Currently 4 to 6 batches and thousands of graphics cards are assumed. Okay. Grams. The whole 970. You talking about the memory? If I remember right, there is the where they added 500 megabytes of useless memory to the card. And whenever you went over 3.5 gigabytes into the 500 to hit the 4 gigabytes, it would cause a huge amount of stuttering and shit. But yeah, there's a bunch of people like in the tech tube sphere there going, oh my god, total recall, AMD, total recall, AMD. They have to recall everything, total recall, AMD. And that's obviously not necessarily the case. Yeah, so you have to wait for numbers from AMD. Everyone, almost everyone that I've read information about the defective vapor chamber from AMD has went into the sensationalist sphere where they have to do a total recall and shit like that. I don't think that's necessarily the case at all. But they love using big words like that, alarmist and sensationalism. That gets people hot and bothered. So you got it, KSA. That was the meme. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they release stats on it too, but like it was like a synopsis. Like they keep trying to infer a huge number. There's some people that they're citing numbers well before anything was published. I believe that's from an email from AMD, and it doesn't mean all the coolers are broken in that batch, but it might mean all the coolers are broken in that batch, and then everything is hypothetical construct or exponential expose. Basically, everyone's theorizing on an email what it means and using their interpretation, which is usually negative right now for some reason. We'll see. It's all going to be released in coming months, but I'm not a fan of when people go full sensationalist, especially when, like, I don't know what was with this launch. Putting aside the fact that there's some vapor chambers that are broken, I don't know what's with this launch, but AMD got a lot of negative publicity for the fact that they basically have a faster 4080 for $200 cheaper. And I really don't get it. I don't get it at all. And it's like misdirected hate from NVIDIA having their prices set so high, because NVIDIA is like stratosphere level. And even if you want things to be cheaper, that doesn't mean they're cheaper. AMD is priced to market and cheaper than market. So yeah, you want things to be free. This is like what we got with like Overwatch, where everyone's like, no, get rid of loot boxes and just give me free shit. And you're like, no, they're going to replace it with a different monetary model. Like, you literally, if AMD was being, if they wanted to be like really asshole-ish, they could have priced it at the same price of a 4080. And you go, why would I buy an AMD video card instead of an NVIDIA video card if that's the case? Because some people buy NVIDIA and some people buy AMD. It's like brand loyalty at that point, because they perform just as well. Actually, the XCX performs better than a 4080. When you put aside rasterization results, it's better than 4080. If you want ray tracing, go with NVIDIA for sure. But most people will turn that shit off because it ruins your performance. Yeah, it's a Founders Edition, and it's some of the vapor chambers, not all the vapor chambers, and that's why we're just talking about like how the prevalency of this in terms of real world. Once again, the AMD Reddit is not coated with these posts about the faulty cooler. Putting aside CES is happening right now, which we're going to cover tomorrow because we don't have any time right now. CES is happening right now, and I'm really interested in the launch of the XTX, the X3D cards, not X3D cards, X3D chips. What you clicked on here. So apparently they're launching in February. We aren't going to cover all this. There's a couple videos I want to take a look at. And obviously interested in the price. I'm probably going to get a 7900 X3D. So basically another 12 core instead of the 8 core model. I do like the idea of being able to move my workloads to other cores and just play a game on 8 cores. It's what you can do with the 12 core chip instead of sharing them. Does it have pricing? Oh, bracing for pricing. So this, I saw this chart already. This is related compared to the 5800 X3D. So while it shows like 30% faster in Dota 2, this is compared to the 5800 X3D, so it doesn't include the performance improvements from the 7000 series, which is what it's actually compared to. X3D compared to the 13900K. 7950 X3D. (9%, 11%, 13%, 24% in Horizon Zero Dawn). High image quality preset, doesn't state the resolution. Oh. EBC. $430 for 7900 is actually pretty good. I mean, if you that's actually so of the chips that just came out, they basically released a better, I guess, variant of the 7000 series, which is cheaper by quite a bit. And they have slightly lower thermals and shit like that, but you can literally just overclock them. Like, the only thing they cut down is your boost clock, and that you can overclock, so it doesn't even matter. They're actually pretty good values. I don't even know why you buy an X. It's like basically a choice between the non-X and the X3D variant. The X, I think, is going to get phased out in favor of the X3D. Only thing AMD is lacking is ray tracing, yes, and you can make a case if you're a content creator and you need the NVENC encoder. But that's, once again, content creator is a very niche part of the industry. So, like, gamers in general, very niche part of them. Despite me being on Twitch and streaming, hey, look, I'm on Twitch, guys. Woo! On Twitch right now. You know, and other people being on Twitch. Twitch is a very, very small subset of the gaming community. So, yeah, like, not necessarily the viewership, but rather the amount of people that are streaming is a small part of the community. You have 10,000 people streaming on Twitch, and that doesn't mean there's a lot more than 10,000 gamers. But yeah, I mentioned before, if I bought a video card right now, I would get an XTX. That's what I would buy. But I am locked into the NVIDIA ecosystem because I am a streamer and because I want a drop-in replacement for my current video card, so I have no problems in any way, shape, or form, and I don't run into weird issues and quirks that I'll have to iron out over time. I don't want to deal with it anymore. So I'm basically waiting for a drop-in replacement, which is 4080, 4090, 4070 Ti, 3080 maybe. I don't know. I'm running a 2080 right now, so yeah. Wait and see is what it comes down to, because NVIDIA realizes that they price themselves very poorly, and it's going to take a while for them to readjust. NVIDIA is very slow on price adjustments. And if I'm buying a 4080, I could just buy a 4090, because 4080 is not really cheaper than a 4090 in terms of price performance. So why would I bother with 4080? I just take out my loan and cut out a kidney. Oh, speaking of which, guys, by the way, if you watch anime, I started watching Chainsaw Man. I thought was going to be absolutely atrocious, and I think I'm going to write a review on it. It's actually pretty good for multiple different reasons. I haven't finished it yet, but it's actually good. And I actually think it's a comedy. I actually think it's more of a comedy than it is like a shonen. I mean, shonens can be comedies, right? But it's like dark humor. It's like dark humor. And I actually think it's hilarious. I think it's absolutely fucking hilarious for multiple different reasons, from multiple different angles. It's surprising, guys, what they come out with in Japan sometimes, because you think it's just going to be this one niche thing. You'll be like, yeah, okay, the animation's good, and then you find out it's actually pretty hilarious in and of itself, like multiple different reasons. I think like I mentioned, I think I'm going to write a review on that. That's obviously, we're not going to talk about that tonight because it takes too much time. And I haven't finished watching it yet, but that was one of the things I wanted to finish today, and I didn't. Yeah. I started watching Chainsaw Man. It's fucking hilarious. It is, in and of itself. You don't realize why when you start watching it. It's a lot of ecchi mixed with coming of age, so like kids growing up sort of stuff, and things that kids find interesting, including sexu, and their kind of how they deal with it, and the different viewpoints people are coming at this angle from, which is one just completely manipulating the fuck out of someone, and then someone just not giving a shit that the people are manipulating the fuck out of them, which is hilarious in and of itself. Once again, I'm going to write a review on that and probably pop it up on the channel down below. Because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, anyways, going back, full circle here, going back to the XTX, the only thing you're basically getting for going for a 4080 is ray tracing performance if you really want that. And if you think you're never going to turn it off because you heard it here and you wouldn't want to lose value of your video card, so you're always going to have ray tracing on, and till you're running at like 30 FPS, you know, I guess buy NVIDIA. But for everyone else that turns off ray tracing, the 4000 or the XTX is a much better value, faster and cheaper. So. I actually have like hub post their videos and at the end they have the chart that shows like the overall performance between NVIDIA and AMD, I have like half a mind to go through their 50-game benchmark between the XTX and the 4080, remove the ray tracing results, and then only make the end graph only with non-ray tracing performance numbers, and then show the difference between the two. That would actually be very, because you have to, there it's not always, he goes through a lot of different ways. Sometimes he'll list in the benchmark that ray tracing is on, and sometimes he'll list that ray tracing is off, and sometimes the non-listed number will sometimes be ray tracing on and ray tracing off, so you can't immediately identify it. There's some sort of weird shit going on right now, and I think it's really telling in and of itself what, like the hoops that you'd assume they're smart enough not to do that they're doing right now. Which feels an awful lot like NVIDIA bought them off. But I'm not sure on that. Like, maybe we'll do that later down the road when I'm looking for some content to make. Wish AMD included some code compile benchmarks in this because it's what I'm most interested in the new CPUs. Okay, you're a tiny niche. I wish a lot of things. CES news recap. Yep, we'll be covering this tomorrow. Because I think I'm going to get the 7900X3D. They literally priced the 7800X3D what the 5800X3D was at, so we're probably going to see this at maybe $530. This is probably going to be $650, is my guess. Kind of funny, like the most desirable ones are the ones they haven't listed yet. So this is probably, in my opinion, this is going to be $530 for the X3D, 7800X3D. And then 7900X3D is going to be $650. February, so 2 months away. Also, 500 hertz monitor coming out, guys. Oh my god, 140 megabyte cache. Yeah, no shit. I can literally put a fucking JPEG in there or something. Actually, a couple. That's a lot of space in my cache for faster access, so I can go through my pictures, my porn stash, and go like this, and literally have it spin so fast that my eyeballs will explode or something. I don't know. DVD Reddits. We basically covered the DVD Reddits earlier tonight when we covered the patch notes and shit. I have a post, guys, that's trending. Oh my god, I'm big stuff. Is it still on the first page? Let's find out. It was still going up when we last looked. Oh, it's off the front page. No, it's dying. Once again, after the first day, that's when stuff dies, so that's why I generally don't post on stuff that's more than a day old. 1443. 1462. Hey! I'm big stuff, guys. I'm big stuff. I didn't even make a post that's trending. I bucked the trend because this is anti-Survivor. Because it is criticizing them nerfing Nurse. Yeah, that's anti-Survivor right there. And we're still at 79% upvote, which means we got downvoted a lot, by the way. Almost everything we looked at on Debit Reddits is 95 to 99% upvoted. Except for my posts, so. Let's see what these two are at. Other one go. Uh, 96%. You know how hard it is to trend, guys, when people initially vote you down? You know how hard it is to do that? It's pretty fucking hard. Doing it. Fighting the grain here, guys. Uphill. Uphill. Oh yeah, baby. Look at my Reddit status. Look at my Reddit status, guys. It's so big. It's so fucking big. Yeah, I'm hot stuff now. Not as much as a 7,000 upvote per, meg post, but, we're getting there. Considering it is anti-Survivor. We're getting there. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna do some Overwatch now. We had a decent number of cheaters last night, but not super horrible. Let's take a look to see if I have any errors here too. I haven't checked in a while. Last one I believe was on the 10th of December. But once again, my CPU is not stable at stock speeds. 1210. I have to upvote, or not upvote. I have to upvolt to my cores in order to be stable. So my CPU is not stable at stock. It's actually basically broken. But I was holding out for the 7000 series X3D. Yep, it was at the beginning. We have a highlight. It's up on YouTube and everything. And also this this thing here. We spent 2 hours talking about it, so you just came in at the end of it. It's up on YouTube, so I made sure to pop it up, and on my channel, it's a highlight already. So maybe we can get you can get 5 views. We can get 5 views on YouTube. Okay. We're going to play some Overwatch here. We'll see how many people are cheating tonight, guys. We had some relative, as far as aiming goes, it's pretty good last night. See how it goes tonight, though. Yep, and roughly covered the patch notes, but patch notes were basically the dev blog. So we went through them a little bit, but it wasn't really, it's the same shit. Okay, I'm going to grab water, guys, and use the bathroom. 1 second. Apparently my music was still playing. I don't think drops are on in the game anymore. There's no easy way for me to actually see it. Without going into the drop dashboard. We had a very fiery sermon tonight, though, for Devblog. Oh, we gotta change off the pink. Pink sucks, dick. Oh my god, it's too late. Lasso. Coliseum? What? Ability. Colorblindness. Pink to magenta. Breast milk. Trying to aimbot grenade me. I don't want to be aimbot grenaded.
Don't let them take another step.
Good old aimbot grenade. Your aimbot grenade.
Just watching your back.
Hi. We have a tank somewhere, by the way. Hey, you want to go? No, you don't. Pink is not the color, it's too light. So if the color's too dark, that, no it's not. I thought that was the McCree for a second.
What's up? Shake it off. Repositioning. Swish.
No.
Excellent concussive out.
Ha! I poached this hook.
Justice rains from above.
Waste.
The barricade. Let's keep it up.
Enemy over here. Barricades moving. Repositioning.
See you, bitch. Don't do that.
System double. I'm on top of the world.
And they're rotating out. They should be required to sit until the game's done and queue.
Aerial positioning.
When do you think we're gonna get an aimbot hit scan here in a second? Just destroys my face constantly over and over again. This is where they toggle on, by the way. And they should have toggled on a while ago, but yeah, ruining my accuracy. Good.
Play of the game.
It's in maroon. It's kind of weird that the kill cam's in the right color that you swap to, but not the actual game color. Why, I have no idea. But you know. What else do we got? Am I on aqua? No. I'm on neon blue. Aqua, I think, will be too dark. It's like tawny. Brown orange? It's not even brown, or not even orange, excuse me. It's not even brown either.
Traveling to Nepal.
Neeples.
The battle.
We're at Neeples, guys. I love Neeples.
Strike from above. I should get a puppy. We had the most adorable Rottweiler back at base.
Oh yeah, you would pick a vicious animal. I bet you didn't think it mattered either. Genetics don't matter, right? Breed does not matter. how good of a trainer you are, because all trainers are created equal. And all animals are created equal, too.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Genetics matter a lot, guys. People pretend it's all nurture, but nature versus nurture, as is a psychology thing. Bitch. Friendly? That's not friendly. Gonna try and hook me. Bye. You didn't die. Oh! Did you get him again? Oh, no, we didn't. Mercy really needs to die. Bye, Piggy. I probably might not have been worth. I was doing a lot of work there, so it might not have been worth it. Get him, bitch. Did he just fall off again? He did. Someone did. No, he did get booped. Echo. Uh-oh. Dude, I swear to God, I just fucking shot through him twice and did no damage. Fuck you go. Don't know. Should really go for a med kit. Yeah.
The skies await. En route.
I think magenta is the best we can do unless we change primary colors, like something like green. That laser beam does so much fucking damage, guys, it's not even funny.
Nominal. Repositioning. I am empowered.
All things are in order.
Thank you for this res after everything died. I appreciate that. Mercy just doesn't want to heal me because she knows I'm good. She doesn't want to be a fair Mercy.
Does everyone know?
Round 2.
Oh. Yeah. Oh my god.
Let's show him some air power. Increasing altitude. Taken down.
You get piggy off the point. There we go. I don't want your hook.
Enemy over here. Up and away.
You're a piece of cake.
Thanks for the assist. Enemy here. Taking off. Really gave it to them.
No!
I don't want to talk about it. Repositioning.
Yeah, it's like it's fucking adjustable or something. I don't know if that actually got him or not. There we go.
Aerial positioning.
Choo. But yeah, like normally, like it is like one of these. It's like this primal part of your brain that when you're playing fair that you figure out like the hook distance, and sometimes it's not quite where it should be. I've been pulled from very far at some points. Because this is Pachi, because he killed me while I was ulting. This is like affirmative action ults, guys. It's like instead of showing ults, it's showing people that kill people that are ulting. But yeah, there's like a primal salamander, like snake part of your brain, a lizard part of your brain that just tingles, reptilian part of your brain that just tingles when you're in hog hook range, and you can just feel it because that's like an insta kill. It's almost always an insta kill, assuming the hog is actually remotely competent. You're just dead. You just feel it. You just feel it in your brain. It just starts humming. It's like danger, 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 danger. And then sometimes you get pulled from extremely far away, and you're like, that doesn't seem right. Danger, danger, Will Robinson.
Strike from above. Taking to the air. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
I think I might switch my team colors to lime, though. Because sometimes it seems like the light blue is too light like the pink was, and you don't get good definition, good contrast.
Select your hero.
Merp, merp, merp. Merp, merp, merp. Good.
Strike from
I think when the X3D processors come out, I'm probably going to end up basically driving to CompuCenter so I can actually get one. Because they're probably going to be sold out of the scalp for the first couple months on...
Then you change the laws. Easy for you to say.
online. So unlike the 7000 series, those are definitely going to be in high demand. Kids all know what the X3D does now. Cash does.
5, 4, 3.
How are we missing a DPS? The fuck is this? DPS are easy.
Attack commencing. Capture objective
The fuck is that? What the fuck is that? DPS are easy mode. It's always the longest queue. Or the shortest queues. No, longest queue. That's right.
I see an enemy. They outnumber us. I knew I could help.
The fuck is that shit? Like, there shouldn't be any waiting at all.
Let's show him some air power. Increasing altitude. I will not waste.
The only thing that has a longer queue than DPS is tank. Also weird when you don't get a tank. Suck my dick.
Onwards to victory.
Good. Guys, hitting a lot of his shots, guys. I.e. not missing at all. Had relatively good games tonight in terms of sus players.
Taking off.
We just died on top of the healers.
Dynamite out. Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. Increasing altitude.
It was not one shot.
I am empowered. Let the kitsune guide you. Speaking to the air.
Learn that one from me. I hope I didn't upset you.
Winston just BMing. That's not who I wanted to ping.
I'm not done yet. Aerial positioning underway.
It's like the thing with magenta, it actually seems like it's too dark. Stop paying attention to the fucking Anna, and that happens. Actually kind of looks like something weird's going on there, but you know. God. Oh. Maybe we'll do some kite and die. See what happens here.
Shake it off.
Sojourn en route.
Play can't fucking hit shit too for some reason.
Positioning.
Oh yeah? Good for you. It's like you saw my ult come up and decided to ult me preemptively so I wouldn't ult the tank, but I wasn't actually going to ult the tank because I was low on health.
Let's show her some air power.
Watch here.
Taking off.
Clear out. 60 seconds remaining.
Time to kick some tail. Establishing aerial position.
Tango in sight.
I think what I need to do is I need to go find a med kit that I can hover around and just reuse all the time. Since we aren't getting heals anymore.
Positioning.
And just shoot from super long range.
Greater than ours.
30 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Payload has been secured.
Meteor strike.
Seconds
Guys
remaining.
away. Time is short. Press forward.
Good question.
Payload en route.
I'm pretty sure the Anna's cheating. That's neat. I don't give two shits. And whenever we showed up, there's definitely people kept going for me too on top of it. I'm pretty sure the supports are cheating. As I mentioned with the... And by the way, their fare wasn't good. That had nothing to do with why we lost there. But we kept getting focus mode. It was multiple people that kept killing me too. It wasn't like one person, so we couldn't keep getting kill cams of the same guy. It was mainly the Anna. But the Anna would also miss shots, but then also just hit everything.
Now traveling to the south. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
That's like a really disappointing match, guys, because for some reason I wasn't hitting anything. I don't know why. None of my shots were connecting with anyone. Very weird shit. Oh, where's the Anna? And then we didn't get healed at all either, which also didn't help things.
Strike from above. Nuh-uh.
3, 2, 1.
And Prestige 1.
Capture the objective.
Good. And possibly the Ashe is cheating too, but we only got like 1 kill cam on her. It's mainly the Ana. And just shot through the Mercy the first time we shot at her.
All systems nominal.
Stuff. I don't fucking understand that, guys. Then we'll have games like that where I literally don't connect with anything and it doesn't make any sense either. Like my shots are exploding next to them and it just doesn't seem like they're doing damage. And we even had direct shots that weren't registering. Just like the Mercy. Fucking healers that can't aim up. But it was a 27 ms server too, so that shouldn't be it. I really wish you could see people's pings. Fucking McCree needs to fuck off. Get rid of the railings? You can.
Excellent teamwork. Up and away. This ends now. Positioning. Enemy over here. Grail,
Something fucking weird. I think we're gonna restart my game after this match. Something weird's going on here, guys. I don't understand this. I literally just dumped a bunch of missiles on their Moira, and nothing happened.
Shake it off.
Yeah, my aim is ass right now, too. Stop, bitch. That looks like an aimbot.
Coming off the bench.
Good.
My ultimate is charged. You're at that, Bob. I knew. On my way. Claiming the objective.
This guy's cheating. Yeah, he's definitely cheating. That's an aimbot. Good.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude.
That's a pretty noticeable hard lock right there.
We're outnumbered.
Not that it really matters.
The sky
Zarya supports need to die, yep. Med kit around here? I don't think there is. Besides here.
I don't stay down.
Still a target. Best round lost.
Alright. That's not going to take more than one round to figure that out.
0-1.
Right, guy. Why are all Sam's bitch boys, guys? It's like in real life they're the same way. I swear everyone that's named Sam is a wet noodle.
Running clean
I
at heart.
don't understand this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
This is like a common theme. From what I've noticed in real life, everyone named Sam is a bitch. I don't know why it is. That's the case. Swapped off Zarya. He's not playing a character that really even does DPS, so it doesn't matter anymore. But he already got a report, so. Doomfist you can literally play on with potato aim and it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's back on Zarya because he knows he has to be an aimbot. That should do something meaningful.
Always more to learn. Taking off.
He actually has deviation now. Let's watch this. No, maybe not. Yeah. It's a straight aimbot.
Returning to battle.
Aim look. Zarya's aim look weird to anyone? Let's see if anyone's remotely competent.
Increasing altitude. Nuh-uh. I knew I could count on you. Get in there, Bob. Aerial positioning underway. Do something. Justice reigns from above. Огонь по готовности. Messy, but we got it done.
I really like it does feel like one of these things where people need to make sound in the game when they're flying. Like when I make sound when I fly. Like all the characters should actually make sound when they're moving through the air. So they don't just disappear from your sound radar, your headset. Some characters do. Like even heavy breathing or something like in Dead by Daylight.
Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
Nope.
Yeah, there's always 100% cheating though.
We're doing this my way.
Peace be upon you.
You bet.
Affirmative. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
We can do this if we fight hard and smart. Establishing aerial position.
Is it an aimbot Ramada? I love aimbot Ramadas.
The objective is now active.
Taking off the air.
But luckily, the tank can only do so much unless he plays Zarya. Although I've seen Ramada is basically if Ramada with a projectile aimbot is literally like a Bastion in terms of damage. Only you can use it all the time.
R7000 down.
Ha! Yep. Burned to death. Looking kind of weird.
The skies await.
The Eye of Horus watches over you. Nope.
Up and away.
I thought I'd find you. See you later.
Dispersing. I don't think so.
I don't know how I got pulled into that. I think the bubble was a little bit below me, and then I fell a little bit because of jets, and then it gets sucked me down. That really sucks.
Always more to learn.
We are at a disadvantage.
Hit her in there, guys. Good. Good.
Play of the game.
Our tank was definitely cheating. That's 100% an aimbot. Like, that's a very, very noticeable aimbot. Did anyone even respond to me saying Zarya's aims looks kind of weird? Nope, no one responded at all. Which once again is one of the reasons you never actually talk about cheating in Overwatch. I'm pretty sure a majority of people don't watch kill cams, let alone have them on. I think there's a lot of people just turn them off because it reminds you of your failure, right? Over and over again. Especially if you're streaming, you don't want to show your stream that. It's where some people, like, when they watch you stream, guys, some people literally just get off on your misfortune. I don't know why. Like, Schadenfreude, like, really, really heavy Schadenfreude.
Je sens que je vais bien m'amuser. That's 3 in a row. 4 hits. Just one more mission.
I said we're gonna restart, right? And then things got better as far as accuracy goes. I have no. It's sometimes fucking weird. Feels sometimes like something's just fucking wrong with the game. I don't understand it. And it comes and goes in spurts.
That's a streak.
My memories from before the awakening are blurry, like a fading dream. But I do remember some things.
3, 2,
You remember how he slaughtered all those people? innocently. Ah. Offensive Widow. He's trying to shoot the front door. How the fuck did he hit me?
Taking to the air. This airspace is closed. A new counter. Increasing altitude. Dispersing. That's 3 hits. Last hit. Messy, but we got it done.
Maybe you should have healed instead of trying to kill me, Anna. Maybe you should try to heal.
No one can hide from my
Kind of looks like we have a cheating Widow on our team, though. Apparently they try and, stagger a little bit your shots. That guy's not really attempting that. I think we just get healed at the end there, too, by our Anna. We did.
Okay, my head's in the game.
This game in general, it's very, either the code is garbage, guys, like the new code is garbage, or they intentionally try to make you fail in the game in terms of like how buggy some of the shit is. Like it's really easy to believe this game has dynamic difficulty adjustment.
Taking off. Not again. I don't stay down.
Deviation on concussive when I hit her. She aimed in a different spot when I hit her.
Up and away.
No one can hide from my sight.
Increasing altitude. Dispersing.
Should've just started firing. Like, there's literally no way to get out of that. At least you do some damage before you die, so.
Shake it off. Repositioning. Concussive out. Health restored. Up and away.
Buddy. That's what was needed.
I don't think so. I'm taking off.
I mentioned before, you literally should kill D.Va during that. Even if I die, I should kill D.Va. Like, I literally should just run after her and kill her. It's a huge deal.
Over there.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
No one can hide from my sight.
Reinhardt that just stands in a cart, guys. Looked an awful lot like he was staring at me through the wall, even though his aim doesn't reflect an aimbot. Looks an awful lot like that guy was just watching me through the wall. Or just randomly staring. Is this guy just like playing with a wall hack and not an aimbot? What the fuck's going on here?
Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, what is that? He did it again. He met up with me immediately when I came around the corner. Very weird. I don't think we've ever actually seen someone in the game using a wall hack and no aimbot. I don't know why you would. Is that point 2?
All systems nominal.
Yeah, near point 2.
Being fortified.
Sometimes. You technically can reset your PC by hard powering it, so.
No one can hide from
Yeah, occasionally. I'll always have a power, well, I almost always have a power button. We have a really fucking passive tank.
Justice reigns from above.
And that'll get you killed, by the way. Passive tanks kill you.
This will cut the pain.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Too aggressive tanks will kill you, too. This guy needs to go forward more and take more damage and then pop his shield instead of just walking with it out all the time.
Establishing aerial position. Dispersing. Tango down. This ends now.
He's doing it again. Maybe he's watching his teammates this time? Earlier, he definitely wasn't watching his teammates. Yeah, that didn't meet up with anyone that time.
Evolution is a painful path to walk. 30 seconds remaining.
Increasing altitude.
Get the payload on its way.
Fuck, you didn't even go through the shortcut. The fuck's going on here? My god, guys. Like, look at my accuracy now.
The skies away.
Fuck was the game we were in earlier, where I literally just, like, none of my shots did anything. They, like, direct hits that just went through people?
Keep it
messed up. So like shots that just like went through people and AoE damage that didn't count.
Play of the game.
No one can.
First time for everything. It's kind of pointless to have a wall hack without an aimbot. That being said, a wall hack is much more noticeable than an aimbot is in terms of behavior. Some people that just have really good aim will look like they have an aimbot, for instance, but you never can see through walls, no matter how much you play the game. Despite what the guy the other night said about the guy looking at people through walls just being a smurf. I guess I missed that Overwatch live stream where they can start looking through walls, but, you know, I guess. Huh. But yeah, there are definitely people that just like hate watch. Like they just watch you and want you to fail. And it's pretty fucking annoying because it throws off your game too.
Traveling to new queens. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Eight watchers, guys.
Strike from above.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
Fucking weird. But like when you have games like that, it is pretty easy to understand why some people think this game has dynamic difficulty adjustment in it. When you literally play the game and you aren't like, it just seems like there's a fundamental problem with the game. Doomfist might have an aimbot.
This is
Dick.
nothing. Stop them from pushing that barricade.
By the way, a lot of the tanks have like slow-moving shots, like Doomfist, for instance, with his shotgun. But if you have an aimbot where it correctly leads it, especially if it's a headshot, it will do a significant amount of damage. Fuck off, McCree. I swear to God, the moment you look at a Mercy, like their entire team just reacts to you. Unless they're on your team, in which case no one pays attention. Your fucking aimbot grenade, fuck off. And he's on voice comms with this guy. Yeah. That's a voice comm callout, so it's a pre-made. For sure. Or they're cheating, one of the two. That's a pre-made callout. By the way, if someone points you out using F, or not F, I don't know what it is on your keyboard. The callout. Okay. Someone points you out using the callout key, it'll show up on the HUD when you get the kill cam. So. Kind of funny that our team just left it here. Good. Always a good thing. Good. Good aimbot grenade. I do love the McCrees that will just try and walk up to you to throw their aimbot grenade on you. Like that is their sole purpose in life, is to throw the grenade on you. Drop him in. You might be cheating.
All systems nominal. Establishing aerial position.
Utility robot in our control.
Fuck off, dude. Waiting to get aimbot grenaded while trying to juggle the aimbot grenade. Good for him. This guy's cheating now.
Let's show him some air power.
That's an aimbot right there. That goes just extra annoying. Yeah, this guy just straight up toggled on. Good. Misses. So sometimes the weird thing about McCree, which also happens with Ash, is that like they'll be on target, it'll look like that's supposed to be a hit, and then they will just miss. Like it'll just go through the target and won't count.
Aerial positioning underway.
Bitch. Echo's just fucking annoying on top of it. It's like a Genji that follows you around.
Exercise is good for your joints. Meteor strike.
The moment I look away.
Returning to battle. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
So who's cheating? The McCree's cheating. Echo might be cheating.
They're pushing the barricade.
Trying to get a cheeky angle on me, you can fucking hear him. If you just like stand and wait for respawns, people will oftentimes just like try and fuck with you. Aimbot grenade. Yeah, he's 100% cheating. Echo, I don't know.
The skies await.
Over there. Robot secured. Repeat.
You can see how people call it snappy. What's a better way of describing that? Like, it's just stuck to you. So when you go and do a high velocity maneuvers, I'll oftentimes describe it, where your aim, like you move really fast, it'll instantaneously follow you. And that's not something that happens with normal aim, because people have to compensate for an ability that just went off, obviously, that you aren't going to predict and know exactly which direction people are going to use it. But when you're using aimbot, it'll instantaneously do it because it's a computer. Unless it's a better designed one that's soft. Soft aimbot.
Barricades moving.
Fucking got queued. Good. Looking an awful lot like she's cheating, but possibly not. Like, the laser looked like it's cheating, but then when he used his globulars, they weren't led properly. So, it could be he just has a shitty aimbot, too. Shitty aimbots won't lead projectiles properly, or they'll be erroneous. We know McCree's cheating already. No. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game.
They took the robot from us.
Enemy on the move. Stop them.
All systems nominal. Always.
Good. All right. Let's see.
Play of the game.
Rains from above. Reversing personality motor. Burning them down.
Okay. And I don't know about the Echo still. So. Good. The crew is 100% cheating. Echo might have just had a shitty aimbot. Whenever he uses laser, it's like stuck to my body though. In a rectangular shape.
Select your
Stuff. Suck my dick and fuck off. It's a pre-made. Or it's a quick play. You can literally leave and join a different game.
Strike from above.
I got someone sticking up for me. Hilarious.
Aerial positioning underway. Good leadership makes all the difference.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
Fed last game.
Positioning.
What?
Together we will not fail.
For you.
Enemy turret down.
Uh-huh.
Out and away.
He was in my last game. There's one with the 2 cheaters in it. Possibly 2 cheaters. 1 for sure. He could fuck off. God. Is that the same McCree from last game? No. This is another game where it doesn't feel like I'm doing the right amount of AoE damage. For some reason my shots aren't going off in the right time.
Got one.
Good. I always appreciate when people walk in a straight line. Like when I was shooting the healer, it felt an awful lot like her shots literally just weren't connecting when they should. You're doing the right amount of damage. Holy fuck. Did I do a fucking turret? The fuck is that shit? Like, I swear to God, like, my aim is so erratic sometimes, like, it feels like it's normal and really good. And then I'll just get stints just like where I fire and my shot doesn't count. It doesn't register. It's the same shit with my aiming. It's like my aim turns off for like a half a second or something. Not a half a second. A tenth of a second? Quarter of a second? Tenth. Or I'll get shots too where I pull the trigger and it doesn't fire all the time.
Repositioning. Rains from above.
First round.
Oh.
Score 1-0.
We should begin.
Into the air.
Like where I talk about where I'm about to shoot around corners and it feels like my aim doesn't go far enough. Other times it does.
One more win. This should be easy.
Maybe I should go back to Intel, guys. Fucking no. I don't know why they're playing Echo if they aren't gonna fly.
The objective is now
In range of the objective. Form up on me.
Salutations.
I'm on top of the world.
We have someone cheating on our team? Maybe the Genji? Mm-hmm.
Always more to learn. On the move.
I see an enemy. Enemy here.
sometimes my key presses feel delayed too.
You weren't watching the skies. I'm taking off.
It's not all the time either. It's very sporadic.
Let the kitsune guide you.
I don't know why that guy keeps playing Echo if he doesn't fly at all.
Deine Pflicht ist nicht getan. I don't stay down. Positioning.
Enemy spotted!
Taking to the air.
Hi. What's up?
Ship game or ship round, excuse me. Ship map. No. Fucking matter. Something was going on here. Where I just died to the turret that I couldn't kill. Try changing something here. Real quick. I don't know if it's going to matter or not. Have hardware acceleration off in Chrome? I thought I turned this on a while ago. This is why you have to remember when you turn the setting on. It is on. Going. Unrelated. Okay, well, I need to take a piss anyways, so I will be right back in a second, guys. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. GPU engine is basically anything that is using my GPU right now. At all. That's what we're looking at. Alright. Let's see if my tinfoil hat tweaks did anything, which probably won't, but sometimes there can be weird shit like with Chrome using the decoding engine, which can cause hiccups and weird stuttering and stuff. It's like my personal vendetta at this point to make Overwatch 2 function and feel like Overwatch 1.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Magenta or pink?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Huh.
Strike from above. Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party. Particle cannon online. Let's run them over.
Five, four, three,
Hello.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Up and away. Commence combat operations. Thanks for the assist.
They have a Lucio? How the fuck did he get through to the point so fast?
System repair. Aerial positioning underway. I don't think so.
I didn't think you could roll to the point. You can on a fence?
Always more to learn. I will not waste this other time taking the objective. Burn on me.
Can you either try and kill the turrets or try and kill the Kiriko? One of the two is probably going to kill me.
Let's show him some air power. Dispersing. Get in there, beyond the bounty. I am empowered. I knew I could count on you.
And aimbot grenade. Like, we literally need our tank to go in and clear out the turrets, and our tank just ran away the moment the turrets started attacking them.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
Best round lost.
Good push, guys.
Score 0-2.
Ash is doing something apparently somewhere. One of our healers did nothing. Other healer did something. Good.
There is always room for improvement.
Fun.
To find success, we must search in harmony.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objectives.
Don't let that get to you. It's time to focus.
Let's show these folks progress.
Aerial positioning underway.
Fuck even just hit me. They have a Doomfist, do they? Guess their ball was there? I didn't hear him. Something bought me to the side.
Thanks for the assist. Dispersing. Up and away. I am the power.
It just exploded at max range instead of attaching to me and did full damage to my body.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Can't make this shit up, guys.
On the move. Boosting your damage. Rains from above. Shake it off. En route. I am the power. Much better. Returning to battle. Aerial positioning underway. Too bad Talon never taught me discipline. I will not waste this opportunity. Up and away.
Almost. I don't know if Magenta's the answer either, guys.
Let's show him some air power.
Sometimes like it seems like it's too vibrant.
Rains from above.
Tactical visor activated.
Score 1-1.
IDK, guys. Also, still feels like my aim's shit right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So that probably didn't help.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
What the fuck's going on here tonight?
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
Exterminate.
Understood.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Supplying damaging. I am empowered.
And sometimes you see like the weird timing, like when I come out of spawn. That's not good. Like when I come out of spawn and like I fuck up my jump.
I look after my own.
I am attending the objective. Come here.
I will not waste this opportunity. Repositioning. Increasing altitude. Oh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker. On the move. Thanks for your assist. Thank you. Health restored. Taking the point. Heroes never die.
Baiting aggro while keeping them separated from their team because they want me bad. So if they spend time trying to look at me, then they don't look at my teammates. My teammates kill them.
I will not waste this opportunity.
That's very unfortunate.
Shake it off.
Why are they out there?
Thanks for the assist. Aerial positioning underway.
Securing the objective.
Want your aimbot grenade?
Dispersing. Securing the objective. On the move.
No, no vengeance.
System repaired.
Oh! Oh! I know he's coming back with an aimbot. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. Yeah, he's just looking at me through the wall. Maybe not. Oh. Looking at his teammates.
Let's show him some air power.
I thank you.
How the fuck are our teammates surrounding the point and no one's really pushing? Never mind. You got it.
I see an enemy.
Oh yeah? Good.
I'm back.
Gotta love an aimbot grenade.
Returning to battle.
I mean, yeah.
Up and away. I will not waste this opportunity.
Defeat.
Alrighty. There's cheating.
Play of the game.
I'm gonna restart my computer, guys. Unrelated. One moment, please. Please stand by. Mm-hmm. Good, good, good. Oh, yeah? Good. Ah. Weird flash is when I went and loaded into Windows just now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One moment, please. I still do wonder how much of an impact streaming is making on things, too. Oh, fuck, I'm supposed to make dinner. Shit. But I did not play Overwatch yesterday off stream. I should have, and I didn't.
Strike from up.
Traveling to the right. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Try purple. Is there purple? Purple might be too dark, but we're gonna try purple anyways. Purple's probably gonna be on the same line as red. It's too dark. Makes it difficult to see in certain situations.
Well, let's hope they're swiftly dealt with.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
What? Pretty sure I'm shooting through this post multiple times.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Increasing altitude.
Stop the payload.
Bad time to reload. I just got fucked by the cactus. That's not the first time I've been fucked by that cactus. I wonder if it's like a universal cactus fuckery thing.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Take this.
En route.
We are out now.
Aerial positioning underway. Scatter.
We got a shit tank again. Pretty sure the tank was literally just... Oh, good job, tank. Like, literally just sitting back there with us. Like, it doesn't even pay for me to kill him here.
No one can hide from my sight.
Just tried to kill me.
Establishing aerial position. Justice reigns from above.
Res him. Hey, buddy.
Messy, but we got it done.
What that was. I think she was trying to res McCree. The Genji.
Dispersing.
I want a new monitor. Have I ever told you guys I want a new monitor? Because I really want a new monitor.
Making another
I want a new monitor. Especially 500 hertz. That's not my shitty Acer that I'm never buying ever again. Because fuck Acer. Piece of shit.
excellent teamwork. Aerial positioning underway.
No one can hide from my sight.
I get tired of fighting alone.
I can't be bothered to turn around, Farah. I know you're flying away in an inaccessible spot, not next to me, just jerking off.
I don't stay down.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, that's gonna heal me.
Excellent teamwork.
That sucks. Kiriko ult just uber powered that.
I've got you in my sights.
I don't want to talk about it.
Wonder if this is white outlines. I want to do white outlines, so this would be pretty terrible. Noticeable. Cheating from the looks of it.
Okay, my
See.
head's in the game.
Someone toggle! Toggle, toggle, toggle. Everyone likes a good toggle. It's how you assure your ego is well taken care of. Did I get a bunch on him? No. Thank you. Let me go top myself off.
System repaired.
Our teammates are doing out there, but you know. Yep.
We're still redeploying, huh?
Good. I gotta go kill myself, guys. Hang on. Moment. Aww.
Play of the game.
B.
Traveling to Icon.
Ah, purple. I don't think purple's gonna work, especially on a dark map. We'll try. Gotta love competitive esports that have lots and lots of variance in it.
From above. Ooh, I live for this. I will not waste this opportunity.
This will not be won without sacrifice. Be ready.
Does everyone know the plan? I am empowering you.
I hate my monitor. Like, even looking at, like, her name while it's floating in the air, you can start to see, like, the fucking, the artifacting around it. When you shouldn't be, because she's not moving that fast. Yeah. And possibly I already have a cheater. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Not that a single pop shot is an indicator of someone cheating, but rather when someone tries to go out of their way to assert themselves. Okay. Somehow they didn't just get the first point.
I will not waste this opportunity.
I don't know what just happened to my concussive blast. Huh? Good job, Bridget.
Let's show him some air power. Into the air. Not on my watch. Thanks for the assist. Scatter. Increasing altitude. Quite well for rehab.
Lovely. I was actually thinking I was sitting on it for a while. Sometimes I do that. Like, I want to survive, and sometimes you should just go kill yourself. In-game, obviously. Especially if you can kill a tank.
Excellent teamwork. I am power. Sniper detected.
I don't understand, like, sometimes, like, I try to shoot at exactly the right time to get around, like, aim around the corner. And there's oftentimes you'll see me shoot the corner instead of shooting around the corner. Beat her? No, she hit a tree. Like there's latency somewhere on my computer that I'm not figuring out. And other times I'm fine trying to shoot around the corner.
60 seconds remaining.
Good job, Bridget. Is that our friend, the Widowmaker? Kinda looks that way. Down my face.
The sky's away.
10 seconds.
Pull it together, team. We got this.
Good. Still shit on accuracy. The fuck, guys.
Play of the game.
Oh, yeah? Wow, sure glad that was Pot G, guys. Got me good. How the fuck was that Pot G? I have no fucking idea. Good. I don't know, guys. Our aim literally feels like it's all over the place tonight. And Limb's also following it. Yeah, literally one kill of me, I guess, getting fucking pop shot. I don't fucking know, guys. God, like it literally felt like I can't hit shit right now, and I don't understand why. I think I'm gonna. We'll take a look at this tomorrow and see what happens here. This is fucking weird. I don't know if it's my computer, it's me, what the fuck's going on here. But some days, like, my aim feels really good, really on, and then we just run into a scenario where it's just like tonight was just like, it was fucking all over the place. Yesterday it was fine. The day before that was fine. And today it's just garbage. So, I don't know, guys. It's like something's fucking with me. I don't really know. I don't know. But alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoy the bullshit, enjoy the fun, make sure the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I use stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OW2s, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we aren't getting things tied down here, which I was hoping would happen here, and it's not. It seems like every time I seem to have fixed things, it doesn't happen that way. And it's pretty aggravating, especially when you're trying to kill people and you literally, like, I had multiple times tonight, guys, where I was chasing someone down, and when I was pulling the trigger on them, like, the projectile was like 250 ms, I'd say, difference between where I was aiming and where the fucking projectile was popping out. I don't really understand what's going on here. And it is very aggravating when trying to figure it out, too, because it seems like sometimes I fix it, and then other times it doesn't. So the hardest thing to troubleshoot is something that is periodic, so something that doesn't happen all the time. Yeah, and you think you fix it, and then it's not. So I don't know, maybe it's net related, and there's a couple times, like, when I'm firing my shot, it feels like it should go off right, and then it doesn't. Like, I don't have a high ping in any way, shape, or form, especially now with fiber. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Well, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more OW2. Thanks for watching my streams, always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.